Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. Welcome to some racing with the subscribers. On the Gamer Muscle server. Gotta get your seatbelt on. Wouldn't want to sim race without your seatbelt on. It's too dangerous. Sim racing is serious business these days. Put your seatbelt on, or are you really a sim racer? You know, if you don't have a seatbelt, you're not racing, are you? You wouldn't want to fall out of your sim rig. I wouldn't. Imagine falling out your sim rig. That'd be embarrassing. Hello. Hello. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I've got to take immersion seriously. Oh no! I got too fat. Never get too fat, guys. It's the ultimate role play, really. There we go. Oh, I can go to sleep now. Now we're in the rig. My shoulders feel a little bit bruised from yesterday. Too much power. Right. I want to get the fuel add-on for AC. Tells you how much fuel you're using. We're going to try some new wheel settings as well, yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
Hello.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome, guys. I'm just adjusting pedal settings here. Oh, man. Thanks for subscribing, VMLT. How's it going? I might try a different brake feel to what I'm used to. Sim racing's all just settings now. You got, yeah, you should just be able to join. We just have settings for everything, guys. This is terrible. Everything is a setting. Knob master. going to try some other settings as well. Why does it feel like my wheel's too far away from me? I can't. Oh, I have to unbutton myself. It's a nightmare. never ending seat positioning. Here we go.
The pace car is out of control.
Rebuckle. Can I have a rebuckle? There we go. What's going on there? Hello. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay. How's it going, Dr. Longmount?
The pace car is out of control.
Houses, follow the channel. Hello. What is going on here? One of my seatbelts is like getting stuck or something. We've got a fault. This is pulling on us. Yeah, I think you have to get both sides equal. Let's have a look. We had it working pretty well last night. Ah, it's getting stuck on here. No. We've got some sticky stuff on there. There we go. Add some glue on the back of my chair. That should work, hopefully. What a technology! Technology! Yeah, we had it. It's feeling pretty good last night. This seat's not like the ideal seat for it as well. So I'm surprised that it's working. Nothing happens. We're racing subscribers if you want to join us. Tighten her up. Beautiful. I've seen that video, yeah, Aris. It's with the guys from Kunos. It's Marco and Aris and someone else. getting radicaled. If you guys want to join us, I mean the new Moser Centre. Why would I just use my own settings? Oh. Hang on, my chat's not working properly. So we fix this. All the straps. Yes, we've got 3 people in here now. Kevin Scott's in. Should be connected. Someone type a message on YouTube. Say hello. You don't need to turn your neck in VR too much. Right. Buckle in, buckle in. All strapped in, strapped on.
Mind the gap.
These belts are so I can carry my sim rig. I can just carry my sim rig on my back. They'll still ask, Loose Wheel. Why is my... Someone say hello in YouTube chat. I don't know why it's not coming up. I'm sure I can't see YouTube chat on my app. Don't know why. Let's restart this program. I'll restart practice so we can do some more laps. Hello guys. This is connected, but I don't know why it's not. Okay, someone type hello, let's see if this works. On YouTube. Ah, there we go, it's working. Perfect. I don't know why sometimes it just stops working. Very weird. You should get in here, get in here. Oh. It's a AC rally with a mega ring. Trying to drive this smooth. I did change my brake settings actually, didn't I? Just throwing me well off. I did see the race room stuff, yeah. Yeah, you need rev lights on your base because that's what you're looking at. That's what you should really be focusing on when you're driving. Quite funny, isn't it? I'm gonna turn the shifting down a bit. Getting pec smashed every time I change gear. Pec smashed. Oh no! Ah, okay. Got auto profile loading. Whoops. Oh well. Yeah, in VR, that's where you really notice the rev lights, yeah. I think it's really good, yeah. I'll do a review video, otherwise I end up repeating myself in live streams. we'll be like saying the same thing a million times. Whoops. We had the other profile, everything's on really high, which is really good for Formula cars. It's a bit much.
Activating profile assetto corsa fast DF.
No! Why? That's better. Nice. We don't want it to be too hardcore. We're just having a nice live stream here.
The pace car is out of control.
Darian, thank you for following. I don't know, Marco, maybe. It is good. I think like all these things, you could just use a wheel on a desk, right? At the end of the day. Get a GT25, put it on your desk. Sorted. This is AC1, yeah, we're racing with subscribers. Do we have a... Can someone share his setup? Probably make her own setup. Where are you going? Well, we'll have to beat you with the default then. That's how it is. I haven't done a good lap yet. I changed my brake settings. Throwing me off. This is Zolder. How did the force feedback feel on AC Rally? I couldn't get it to feel too good. I need to try my own rig. It felt a bit weird to me in terms of catching slides. Like, it felt like you had to drive preemptively, which that was probably the worst thing about it. Seemed alright on the dirt though, and it seemed good in the wet. So I'm not quite sure. Yeah, the force feedback was alright, but it just seemed like the physics were really weird on the tarmac. But it could have been the wheel settings or something else, I don't know. Did I say Zolt? Sorry, this is Daytona. Daytona Road Course. Sorry. I get tracks mixed up easily. It seemed alright. JT, the physics seemed a lot better in 0.4, but I have to try out my own rig, that's the thing. Oh, you might be right. It could be Rainbow Road. Well, we did laps of Nordschleife and it was okay, so... Oh, JT, I think it's Dust 2 actually. I need a biscuit. man, I need a biscuit, guys. I have to unbuckle myself to get a biscuit. This is the ultimate weight loss device. Because you have to unbuckle yourself to get biscuits. The biscuit restrainer. You can make it vibrate, yeah. Oh man, I'm aching all over. I'm not sure if it's from yesterday. Well, we were up late last night, but I was bending over installing this seatbelt tensioner on the rig last night, and aching all over. That's what I get for bending over too much. Hello, Matt. What you kind of want is more forced on your chest than your shoulders, which you can get by changing the angle. I think putting some like memory foam here would be really good. They're less likely to injure you than a force feedback wheel. The sheepskin seatbelt covers, yeah. I don't feel my shoulders from. We did 4 hours last night, and my shoulders felt like how if you'd gone hiking with a backpack. Yeah, we've tried doing settings, different settings. Right, here we go, guys. You ready for the race? I'm ready. I'm ready, not ready. I need a biscuit. Well, no, AC is just better than AMS2 anyway, so. AMS2 would be good if it was AMS2 with AC1 physics. Then they'd be good. But you've already got AC, so. Not that AMS2 is bad. AMS2 is good for jumping in and driving. But the physics are super weird. I think AMS2 is, if you don't notice the weird physics, then it's really good. Triggered. It's super weird on the comments of. It's not subjective, no. Like, no driver training centre uses AMS2. Every real driver that's a competent driver would immediately notice that the handling is mental. So it's not subjective. It's like, yeah, if you AMS2 it's got a lot of depth to it. It's not bad, but the only people that think it's got good physics are people that are not that great at driving generally. Like you because you notice it immediately. It's fun, or can be fun, but if you know how to trail brake properly and you know how to drive at pace, AMS2 turns into like it's just weird, like, yeah, the throttle response compared to the brake response. So, yeah. But, I mean, as I say, like, nobody's using AMS2 for driver training in industry. So, you prefer LMU, AC Evo, and well, AC Evo is in the current public version is absolutely flat out broken. So there you go. they've done work to fix it, right? As I said, you probably just aren't that good at driving. I'm not good at driving either. I'm not claiming I'm that good, but like, some people do not notice certain physics holes, I think because they're generally driving into the limit, so they don't notice, which is fine, but it just means you're not going to notice. You know, it's like how some people only like front wheel drive cars because they can't handle oversteer, so those type of people will have a completely different view on handling. It is loose wheel, but it is, unfortunately, it's also true. It's not a good default counter argument. Like, if someone makes an absolute valid point. However, if someone is 5 seconds off the pace, or they only drive one simulator, or they have one driving style and that's it, they absolutely will not notice massive physics issues. So, you know. Like, if someone can't drift, not saying a high competency, but if they can't drift a little bit, then they're not qualified to talk about sims, really. There's a whole bunch of drivers that are actually reasonably quick as well, but they can't catch oversteer properly. So it's like, well, they're not in a position to talk about any aspect of physics to do with oversteer. So, It don't really matter. People should just have fun playing whatever they play. I do think it is weird, though, on the internet, the views that people have for which sim's more or less realistic or generally good, and then in reality, when you talk to, like, actual pro drivers, or you know pro drivers yourself, or you know people you know people that know Formula 1 drivers, and they're like, yeah, AC1 absolutely is what currently handles the most realistically for at the limit. Not perfect, but you know, the process is you're like, well, it's not like it's a mixed view in reality as well. It's like 99% of people will be like, yeah, AC1. Also, if you go and speak to developers as well, lots of developers are like, oh yeah, no, actually, yeah, AC1 is like a really good benchmark. So I think there is the issue as well that you can have like even stuff like R Factor 2 and even aspects of Automobilista 2 where some aspects, no, I'm not Skywilk at all. You can have some aspects of R Factor 2, AMS 2, whatever, that are really good, like really advanced, but then there'll be another aspect that's like a massive... It's not subjective. Your experience of it's subjective, fine, but yeah, the problem is there's ginormous physics holes in various simulators, so you could have one aspect that's like really good, like better tyre temperature, better whatever, better handling in one situation, but then if you've got a massive physics hole, like so in iRacing is really good in many situations, but as soon as you get to the limit it falls apart, so it ends up invalidating a lot of the other stuff that's really good if you have to, you know, if you have to accommodate that big hole. Yeah, everyone's subjective view is subjective. I don't know why this is hard for people. Literally nobody would use Automobilista 2 or Project Cars 2 for real world applications, because immediately a driver would be like, well, I mean, you might use it for promotion and stuff, but if you were like doing driver training, immediately you'd be like, oh, the cars don't bite in on the brake like a real car, the throttle response is insane, everything drives like a go-kart. You would pick something like AC1 or Automobilista 1 where the cars are handle naturally. So, you know, it's really weird. Yeah, but no one cares what it feels like for you. Good, good for you. We're tensing up the seats. It's great that you enjoy what you enjoy. That's fantastic. But that's meaningless to anybody else. So.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GG mods. It's really good.
No, Skeets, it's not about agree to disagree. Ah, dear, I don't know why this is difficult for some people. There's subjective enjoyment of something. You might like cheese or chocolate or whatever. That's fine. But then there are objective qualities to things. So, for example, chocolate normally has more sugar in it than cheese, right? So it's objectively sweeter, unless you've got something wrong with you. Now, iRacing is really good for practicing racecraft and racing online, learning tracks, being smooth with your inputs. But I don't know what's confused. Like, it's of no value to anybody else for one person to say, I think this. You'd have to make a point. You have to say, why? Right, so put it this way. If a real driver was looking to do some training for their real car, you would have to say to them, you go, right, and they go, what sim should I use? You'd be like, well, AMS1 and AC will allow you to have a car modded, and we can keep adjusting it to your preference, and this is what it does realistically, this is what it doesn't do realistically, and these are the things you need to be aware of, and then you point those things out, right? If you're doing that for AC, you'd be like, right, well, we're going to have to make the curbs flatter on the mod so it doesn't have the curb issue, and we'd probably have to tweak the car so it behaves more like your car in XYZ way. Same with AMS1. With AMS2, you'd have to say, right, yeah, the car on the throttle behaves absolutely nothing like any vehicle whatsoever. So when you drive the real car, don't expect the car to drive as if it has a locked diff. Oh yeah, and you can't just turn the steering wheel to recover anything. And you have to be quicker to counter steer as well, like 3 times faster than what you would in Automobilista 2. It's just not close to how cars drive. Oh yeah, also in a real car you need to be more aware of like the sort of inertia, like the roll of the car or the like momentum into the corner. Real cars don't drive like they've got no weight. What else? It's just, you know, it doesn't drive like cars. It's fun, but yeah, well, it's the same with like Forza. I think AMS2 is a lot better than Forza. But yeah, if someone was going to use Forza and they were like, well, I want to use it as a training tool, you'd have to say, well, okay, look, the response of the vehicles is really delayed on the wheel. The rotation doesn't line up. I guess it probably is that, Skeetster, yeah. Look, all I can tell you is what the bulk of the industry would say. So maybe you know something nobody else does. That's fine. I'm happy for you. At the end of the day, you're playing it as a home simulator. Just have fun. It doesn't matter. It's not opinion. No, I don't know. I'm bored of the conversation. I know, Niels. But then they would, I would be dead within 2 minutes. Well, no, good physics do make a good game, but good physics alone don't make a good game. So it's a combination of things. Ironically, realistic handling cars are easier to drive in many ways, more progressive, and that's what makes them fun in many ways, which is why a lot of people spend a lot of money driving real cars, because it's naturally a good game mechanic, right? Also, race drivers are masochists, but yeah, YouTubers make content based off what's likely to get views and what's a new thing. And also, a lot of 2000s and 90s and 80s cars are just way more interesting than the boring GT3 cars. So, let me think about it. do you not think that YouTubers might make stuff based off what's going to be good content? It's not necessarily a comment on the actual absolute quality of that content, right? I'm not saying AMS2 is bad. I'm just saying, honestly, I would get sued if I used it as a driver. If someone could... oh, we came third here. We'll do another race. If a driver came to me and they were like, Game of Muscle, you're an idiot, but you've played too many simulators for too long and you've talked to lots of people in the industry, you know real drivers, you've spoken to lots of people, right, which is the best sim for me to train on with this budget that's a publicly available sim? If I told them, unless they're talking about for marketing or for just dicking around or it's for really low skill use, if I told them AMS2, they would sue me. Like, it would be ridiculous. Like, it's also if I told them to use iRacing to practice drifting, it would be stupid. It'd be like me to tell. It'd be like telling someone to put setting fire to their jacket to warm themselves up when they could just put a coat on. I'm not saying it's bad. It's a fun thing to play, but I'm sorry. Like iRacing at the limit, it's just not. It's just weird in how it handles. Read the comments under the videos. Normally there will be a range of comments of people going, I'd kind of like this, I kind of don't like that. It's not really a surprise with AMS2 that like half the comments of people going, I bought it and I'm not playing it. So I'm not saying don't enjoy it. It's fun to play. Well, so the thing is, a large part of stuff isn't necessarily just the underlying physics. It's how the cars are set up and everything else and the whole package. And also, it depends what level it's being used at. So another thing that a lot of people are very confused on is, so the biggest value of a simulator is actually the quality of the racetrack and the driver being able to learn a racetrack, because it doesn't really matter on the physics or details or anything else. If it's a high quality racetrack and you can memorize the racetrack, the sort of entry points, the lines and everything, doesn't matter what sim it is. It could even be Gran Turismo, right? As long as it's sort of generally trying to be a car on the track, so you're not driving 300 miles, you know, just that is that is gonna save you probably 10 to 15 laps, depending. A pro driver gets up to speed in a new track very quickly, but like if you were sort of a skilled driver but not super pro, if you could spend 5 hours on a simulator learning a new track, that will save you like £4,000 or £5,000 in real life. So it could be Gran Turismo. You could be playing with the gamepad. Just knowing the track is such a cost benefit. It's insane. And also the track, ideally the track's high quality. You could have a really shitty track model, but that itself is often better than watching onboard videos, because you're sort of actually engaging yourself with where you're positioning the car, where the corner goes and stuff. So the track could even be like a hand modelled, like a pretty shit track model, not laser scanned, and it will still add a ton of value, because at a minimum what it does is that the driver's like, well, I know it's a right coming up, I know it's a left, I know it's a tight corner. So just having that, just being able to know that it's a left or right, a tight corner, a follow-through corner, saves you 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 initial sighting laps. And that means you can start. So in real life, you might not have good conditions all the time. You might not have good tyres all the time. So if you can go out sooner and be on it sooner, that might be the only opportunity to be on it, because the weather might have changed. So again, like, that's the thing that's really valuable. That's just what he loves wearing. The last carrot. Whatever the next symbol is to save, yeah. Joel, go on, how's you going, man? We're going to do another race here. Stay with this car. I'm struggling with driving this. Oh, my fan. Can't reach it. That's better. I don't think PMR looks like trash. I feel like... My impression is it feels like it probably needs another 6 months of development, as is always the case with video games. Hello, Billy. How's it going, man? So, I'm a bit worried about the AI. Doesn't look like it's good enough from the stuff I've seen, which is weird because when we drove it on the Daytona, the AI wasn't too bad, but maybe Daytona's not too hard of a track for them. So. They've been receptive to my stuff I've said, like the chief, what do you call it? I don't know the job titles. They're like really receptive to stuff I say. I think they're just. I think what it is it's the same. This is an issue across the games industry, is developers putting stuff out too soon, really, but there's no financial downside to doing that, and so that's what you saw with Evo. It's what you've seen with WRC. It's like everything. I think publishers and sort of they just want to. I think they see driving games as get it out there and let's hope it just makes a bit of a return. And I think the thing with driving games that doesn't work too well because driving sim players are like old people that remember when games came out that were solid. So, yeah. Do you really think there's no financial downside? You were gonna... Well, it depends on the timescale that you're looking at, right? So take Evo as an example. They do early access too soon, but they still get the sales. Some people cancel, but people are then aware of it. They then keep doing updates, which each time all YouTubers cover and go, oh, look, there's an update. So it's free, basically free marketing over and over again. And then if the developer does actually keep working on it, then everyone celebrates when they finally do a version of the game that's polished. So, as opposed to releasing a polished game that everybody forgets about, you know, it depends how you break it down. Obviously, the publishers are not dumb. Like they run the math on these things. The problem is the math is based off previous things that have happened, and the world's always changing. Tiny cup. Yeah, like. So the key thing is, if the developer does keep working on it and does a good job, then that's good for everyone. But it's a bit annoying. It's a bit annoying from a player's perspective when stuff is buggy. So yeah, but you might not represent the median consumer, right? So this is another thing that sim racers want their sims to be like really great, right? And they're comparing it to AC or iRacing or whatever the popular thing is. Your average consumer, which is 99% of people that look at a driving game, they look at it and they go, oh look, it's got race cars in it and it's got this real driver saying it's realistic. I kind of feel like trying that out. Like the flight sim thing, most people buying flight sim most people buying flight sim are not flight sim players. Like 90% of their sales are not going to people that know what the buttons do or anything or how to land or anything. 90% of flight sim sales will be someone going, oh, oh, look, the graphics look nice. Can I fly over my house? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's why a lot of people play flight sims. But, like, do you know what I mean? So, for Microsoft Flight Sim, you go, oh, they released it and it's all broken and that's really shit. And it's like, okay, sure. But when you also factor in stuff like Game Pass and people will still buy it and be inquisitive, and if they keep working on it, you know, you've got the inquisitive sale and you get the additional marketing, and then the hardcore people stay there because they've got nothing else to play anyway. So, you know. Yeah, AC Rally seemed interesting. The only thing I didn't like about it was the tarmac handling and the force. It felt like it had alright force feedback, but I don't know if it was like the wheels set up weird or something else. This is the problem I have with trying all sims at trade shows, is that you just can't tell what they're like, because for some reason everyone sets up equipment like bloody weird. Neil's wasn't. Neil's is GB4, like GB3 and F4 car. Those, I mean, the force feedback was on quite strong, and the brakes were quite heavy, but I think that's probably because you set up to line it up to the real car, right? But like, other than that, which is a subjective preference to how strong and whatever, you could feel what the cars were doing. It was immediately drivable, and yeah, it was detailed. It was great. So, you know, I mean, Niels is is a really annoying guy, right? But it's really like ImSim. Their rigs are set up quite nice. Like, the motion and stuff was set up really well, and transducers. Force feedback wasn't exactly how I'd have it, but it wasn't set up so bad that I couldn't enjoy Evo 0.4 update on their rig. Like, I could tell what was generally seemed pretty good. So, but honestly, I don't know how much of the thing at trade shows is because people are in a rush and it's a terrible environment. Honestly, it's terrible setting up rigs. Everyone's knackered. So I don't want to knock the people doing the work, because they work harder than I ever than what I do. So I don't know if it's that, the environment, or if people are actually just totally insane when it comes to force feedback settings. And I do wonder, I think no wonder people have such subjective views and differences on stuff when if other people, and I have been to lots, I have used other people's rigs, and it's like you literally forget what you like and don't like. You literally cannot feel what the game's doing. You might as well not be using force feedback, because it's just an arbitrary resistance and a little bit of, you know. So I do wonder, I think maybe some people just haven't sort of critically, when they set stuff up, they don't go, right, what's the goal? They're just like, oh, I kind of like that. Not realistically high, yeah. I mean, I thought it was alright, but I think it was moderately high for what a lot of people would, you know, sort of, I don't know, like 12 Newton meters with the small wheel rim, which is quite a lot for a lot of people. But the problem is, with people showing their force feedback settings, so, right, it's a fundamental approach to stuff that's mental with people, and you notice this in conversation and a lot of stuff, right? The thing is, it's not about what someone subjectively likes, or even what's necessarily better or worse in some kind of objective sense. What matters is the thought process that people have, and then the reasons why and the logic behind that. So with force feedback, it doesn't necessarily matter how the wheel feels for one person to another person in terms of why they're setting it up, right? What matters is someone should say, my goal is to set up the force feedback so that you can best feel what the vehicle is doing from the simulator, i.e. it's giving you as clear as possible signal to then feel what the sim's doing, for you to then be able to react to it. So with that goal in mind, we've specifically set up the force feedback so it's not too strong, there's not a lot of damper on it, the wheel is not overactive, and it's, you know, it's not, or whatever, but you sort of justify why they set it up like that. Now another person might say, my goal is to set up this simulator to match the real car that we've got, and get parity between that, and that's why we've set this wheel up with that goal in mind, where we've added in XYZ damper, we're running at XYZ strength, and that gets parity between the feel, literal wheel feel with the sim and the thing. And you go, well, both those scenarios are completely different feel, but 100% valid either way. And then another person might be like, we're using this simulator on a motion rig that has these types of forces in it. So what we want to do is we're not going to use these things on the wheel, so we're going to set it up this way so it feels, so you're thinking more about the motion rig, or we're using the parts of the motion rig that work really well. We're not going to use the wheel for those things, so that's why we set it up how we've set it up, right? So the point isn't having one setting, it's just someone going, this is why these settings are done how they are. And as I say, like, a lot of stuff in conversation works like that, but a lot of people, they approach things as if they have one single view on something that they've attached to themselves, and then they argue that one view. They can't approach things from multiple angles. Super weird. Micro, a lot of people don't understand exactly what each setting. Well, exactly, that's the other thing. Right. You go on YouTube and look at force feedback guides, and or just guides for a lot of things, and there'll be someone going, oh, just set this to this and set this to that and set this to this, rather than them going, this is a damper setting. What the damper setting will do is increase this sort of baseline resistance, which has the effect of muting this type of force, and also stopping this sort of thing from happening, or causing this type of feeling, and, you know, and then go through each setting like that. And then it's up to the individual to basically, you explain all that, and then ideally someone can, they don't need a setting, they can then just change the stuff that they want for what they want. And then you have YouTubers that do videos where for some reason they were dicking around with settings and they happen to just like one setting recently, or you know, they've just found something that they happen to like, and they'll make a video just about that one setting, and then because they've got a large platform, everyone latches onto that singular setting. It's like, oh my god, guys, you know, to be fair, there are some settings where it is worth people actually, you know, de facto setting them. I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that there aren't some settings that you should really just basic settings, right? But you know, you get this with a lot of stuff. Anyway. I don't know. Settings influencers, they're the worst. Oh well. I hate YouTubers, they're terrible people. They're the worst. Honestly, they're terrible. I've been messing around with my brake pedal here. It's now confusing me how it feels. No, AccuForce has online profiles. Lots of wheels have online profiles, and the problem with that is they're often mental. And there's no way for you to know what, if you didn't know. AccuForce was terrible for that. We do use Content Manager. AccuForce was so bad. You hate real racing drivers that try to make everyone feel inferior. I don't think they are trying to make people feel inferior. They're just doing marketing and they just whatever. I do think what you will see, and you should watch out for this, if someone makes a good argument, an argument is normally a good argument, they generally will not keep going on about, I'm a real race driver, I've done real driving, they won't keep bringing it up, right? Because they won't feel like they need to, because they're making a good argument. Now, I'm not saying there is validity, like, or authority can be valuable, and they might be right, and it's worth thinking of. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing, like it's a good thing that someone's an authority, like listen to your doctor, right? But what you should be really critical of is when someone keeps bringing up their authority as their argument. You'll notice if you go to your doctors, they don't keep saying, oh, I'm your doctor. They might do, but like, do you know, if someone's an authority on something or is genuinely very experienced, they don't normally feel like they have to keep mentioning that they're an authority, right? Because they just know that what they're saying is probably true, or, you know, they've got high confidence in it, generally. Again, you should still be critical, but like, yeah, the point is, you will see online people trying to inflate their authority by, I'm a real pilot, I'm a real driver, I've done real things, so listen to me. It's like, it's irrelevant. Make a good argument. Make a good argument. King Carrot, yeah, the point is I'm being ironic and making this... Oh, that's part of what I'm saying now, is that I'm taking the piss out of that. That's the joke. That is the joke. We had a little bit of sleep, yes. How's it going, man? Oh, you were riffing? Oh. Collapse Dawson, yeah. Well, the problem with that is the difficulty is you have to be transparently, legally, and say that you're not paid and stuff. And it's awkward it just looks awkward anyway, just how that is. But yeah, like when the more someone like keeps saying those sort of things, the more you should be like, why are you making such a big thing out of that? Are you particularly doing are you particularly being more critical than other YouTubers? And not often than not, right? Often you get this is happening a lot on YouTube. You get YouTubers saying stuff to imply that they're not as bad as the other YouTubers. But then really, all YouTubers are terrible. So, you know. Right. Well, they had the SR8 in iRacing, and then they got rid of it, and they put the SR10 in, which is garbage. They should put the SR3 XXR in iRacing. It's basically like an it's very similar to an F4 car. Well, slower, but... and easier to handle, but... This is Zolder. every game has force feedback per car, depending on what you do. This is Road Midlands. But yeah, you know, sim racing and YouTube and stuff. It is what it is. At the end of the day, I'm the best YouTuber. I don't see myself as a YouTuber. I'm above that. I'm just a bold man trapped in a sim rig. No cuts yet, no. My shoulders are a little bit bruised. We might have overdone it last night. But that also could have been my ass hurting from being bent over behind my sim rig. my arms are hurting from trying to use the wrong tools to screw the stuff to the back of the rig. Hello, Chris. We'll do a review at some point, and the problem is, if I keep answering the same questions, it's like it'd be like someone talking about what Sim's more or less realistic for 7 years in a row. You know, it'd be really annoying. Putting them on to feel the pain. Yeah. We'll have to go full whack. What question am I answering? Which sim is the least realistic? I don't know. Oh, Chedhead's in here. And Burby. I tell you what, the worst thing about this belt tensioner, if you want to just quickly get up and get a biscuit, I think this is actually... I think Cubic Systems were actually calling me fat. Because now I have to consider, do I unbuckle the belt and get a biscuit? Or do I just stay nicely fastened and secured? The R21's nice, the grow bag, yeah. It's good. Good solid wheel. You know, all these wheels are pretty good, to be honest. As I keep saying, the Sims are the problem. One of the reasons why I for the last 2 years haven't really done that many hardware reviews is because I just don't see the point in a lot of this stuff. And I don't. It's like, okay, if a company comes out with a new thing that's genuinely different, like the booster pedal or the active pedal by Simucube, and then stuff like telemetry force feedback, like the V&M pedals, wheels and stuff. Sometimes some companies have just sent me stuff, like randomly. Which is interesting. You're like, oh, post at the door. Oh, okay, it's a flight stick. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, like the AB9 joystick was really interesting. So, you know, because it's totally new. But yeah, I just don't see the point in, like, if the stuff's the same. So it's like, well, what's? I mean, you know, I guess you can. It's a good way to make money, but. I need a kettle on a string above me with biscuits, and I could just grab at them. Bit-long dispenser. How's it going, Matt? My bro. Yeah, it's really hard to make a good force feedback flight. Like for a force feedback joystick to also work as a shifter, you would need. Yeah, you really need like a direct drive force feedback joystick. It's really hard to do. We had a whole week of doing videos, really. Oh no, we're only in 6th. Okay, well, I accept it. Nice. To try different settings as we go through here, just see how much effect they have on different levels. Does anyone have a setup here? Burby shared his setup. Nice. You were 2-inch 6-point harness at the best. I think I'm using a 5-inch. I don't know. Yeah, 5-inch 4-point harness, which is actually all right. The main thing would be what you want is the distribution of the load to be more. I feel like more along on like the front of you, so that when it breaks and pulls on you, it's not just on your shoulders, it's like on your upper torso. So you want it to be, it's getting the angle of the belts and stuff so that so that when it pulls in the correct direction. But it's going to depend on like the height of your seat and a whole bunch of stuff.
3, 2,
oh, hello.
1, go!
Nemes, thank you very much.
Which companies profit from sim racing hardware exactly, excluding entry-level products? Seems like a zero-sum game.
Good question. I profit because people send me money to ask me questions. So, what do you mean a zero-sum game? So, in terms of the hardware industry, well, it's like any product. What do you mean? Thank you very much for the donation. What do you mean? It's like there's a market that wants to buy the product, or a company makes something, then makes people think that they need it when they probably don't, and then those people that have surplus wealth, which is normally they haven't actually earned that surplus wealth. It's normally due to exploitation or inherent problems with the economic system. But they've got surplus wealth, and so they then buy those products. So yeah, partly historical colonialism, exploitation, and the suffering of innocent people. But, it happened a long time ago, so. And certainly does not happen anymore. But companies just make products and then people buy them. So hardware companies will. So I think you're just saying I think your question is more you wondering how are the high-end sim racing? How's the high-end sim racing equipment market work? Well, you have a lot of 30-plus-year-old people with disposable income that want to spend money on expensive toys, and they're willing to spend £10,000-15,000 on crazy sim racing hardware because they also like race cars and stuff, and they quite like to do racing. But it turns out that real driving is insane expensive. But even outside of cost, real driving is a complete pain in the arse. So there's a sizable number of people that could even afford to do real driving, but they can't afford the time that real driving demands. And they also just like cars in general, you know. So they're not necessarily committed to one race car. I know, Chuck, Brits invented everything, don't worry. We're pro. But yeah, there's still I think there's still a lot of growth in the premium sim rig market, like motion rigs and seatbelt tensioners, high-end wheels. There's still a market that's not been fully capitalized on. So if you go to track days or talk to people that do real race driving, there's a lot of people that have £10,000-15,000 of disposable income every year, and they don't know about sim racing still. Like they know about the F1 game, they know about Gran Turismo, they kind of know about sims because they watch Formula 1 and the drivers mentioned it, but they don't realise that they could get Assetto Corsa on a home PC and have a nice direct drive wheel and feel force feedback, and they don't realise that you could get a motion rig for like £3,000. Yeah, the family thing's a really big one. Or this is the thing in America, right? A lot of people buy like boats and stuff. Sim racing is cheap compared to those hobbies. Yeah, well, so if you were doing real GT3 driving, it's normally between like £80,000 and £250,000 to pay for a drive. So that, like, if you were going to drive for a team for a year or something, or just do a few races. We're good, thanks. If you just wanted to do a one-off, like Palmer Sport is like one of the cheapest decent ways you could drive a race car. That's now £1,500 for like 10 laps. I mean, you get to do go-karting and drive a Caterham and some other stuff, but it's like 10 laps in some fast cars. I think it was the other way around. I don't think IMSA, GT and that hasn't made sim racing popular. It's the other way around. Sim racing has driven the interest in those series more. And there's a general audience for those series as well. And then people like that motorbike rider. Most people that go to spectate motorsport aren't actually interested in driving, weirdly. they're more interested in being sycophants. Yeah, Valentino Rossi. Any plans for 100k subs? Not really, no. I thought you get knighted when that happens, right? Sir Muscle. Well, we could do something silly. But that's every day. This is the silly zone. Yeah, we could get a driving license for 100k. Yeah. And then we'll have all the credibility. Because that's what you need. Not a solid argument. You need an argument from authority. Even if the authority is completely unrelated to driving and physics. Guys, I've driven some track days. 100,000 victims plate. Yeah, well, what happened in with COVID, that ended up being a really big marketing thing for sim racing. But most people ended up just picking up the F1 games or ACC and iRacing. I think sim racing just keep growing. Thank you. Thanks. The iRacers are going to come and beat your door down for being complimentary towards my driving. I know, people never pay attention in school. I need a biscuit. I don't give any opinions in live streams. I haven't played the new one actually. Get a strong and stable third place. You can join the next race, guys, if you want to. It will never. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. It will never be stable on the wall. It will just be wonky. I'm not going to put. If we get sent a 100,000 subscriber YouTube plaque, I'm not putting it behind me in the videos. I hate that. Look at my plaque. I've got all the. Again, it's like another. I mean, okay. Some people just like, oh, I'm happy. I'm happy that I did well, got viewers, subscribers, or something. And look, you know. So it's not negative. It's not necessarily negative, but also another part of the subscriber plaque thing is people going, "Well, look, I've got 100,000 subscribers." It's like, oh, who cares? It's what a whole bunch of people clicked subscribe and then regretted it. Oh dear. Awards and trophies. Oh, all that stuff's terrible. You've already done what you've done. You don't need an award for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mount it to my face. Yeah. I'm going to... Yeah, that's it. Oh, so you've now turned it around into its subscribers. So you're, but then you're if the plaque represents the subscribers, then that's like you're trapped in carbonite on the YouTube channel. And what it is as well is it's an advert for more people to subscribe, isn't it? I don't know, there's just something about awards that really rub me the wrong way. We got a trophy. We got a trophy at Sim Racing Expo. We'll have to... I don't know what to do with that. It's because what this comes back down to, guys, when I was a kid, a little bit special, still am a bit special. The only awards I ever got were ones that were like, congratulations for spelling your name correctly. You've tied your shoelaces after 3 weeks of trying. Well done. You know, so it's undermined my... also, all the little shits at primary school, the little shits, they would get like the awards for like turning up on time, which is what you're supposed to do anyway. So I'd be like, well, this is bollocks. So by the age of like 7, I'd already decided... but I'd already decided that I hate awards and this sort of stuff. You know, like the award... Also, the mind-blowing... This... Right, you've got me going, guys. We'll change track in a minute if you want to join the server. You know when people do like award ceremonies and they're like, I got this award, look at my award, look at my trophy, and it's like, yeah, you got the award of having a successful business, mate. Like, you don't need a superficial non-monetary plaque when your bank account is full of hundreds of thousands of pounds, right? It's like, it's basically, in a sense, some rewards are a way for someone to go, look at my success, without them going, I'm richer than you guys. And it's really, to me, it's really distasteful in many ways. It's not the intention. It's not necessarily distasteful, but it would seem, from my perspective, if I were to do it, I would feel like it was distasteful. It depends on the philosophy of the individual and their intention. So I'm not saying it's always the case, but it would feel that way to me. So, yeah, that's why I don't... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to burn it if we get one. Right, let me... I need a biscuit, guys. Oh, I don't know if I got my seating position good here. I feel like we need to... Right, I'm going to make a new server. I did go into a separate class. I was perfectly comfortable being with the special needs children, and I totally wasn't one of the special needs children, obviously. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, you've already done the accomplishment, exactly, and you can enjoy that. You don't... It depends how you look at it. Some people will look at it and go, oh, well, the trophy's just a reminder. But, just take a photo, I say. I don't think it's all rich people, but I wonder if you're like really wealthy from a really young age, monetary success is just a given, right? You've already got money, so it's completely unrelated to anything. So then you hyperfixate on other arbitrary trophies as an indication of success and reward to like stand out potentially compared to other people. So maybe that's why because if you look at motorsport, it's really bad for this like really superficial, over the top celebration for often stuff that's just like, it's just a participation trophy, right? Here we go. Let's do a real. We've got a real car coming up here, guys. All right, fix your heater. Fix that heater. Servers up, guys. We keep fiddling with stuff on here. Just seeing what different settings do, how they interact with each other, what works better or worse. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. So there are well, I'm not really doing a review now, but there's some things you notice with this in terms of, it's the same with all motors. If the motor's under a certain amount of load, if you then do one effect, it can then interfere with a different part of another effect. And so it's a balance between what effects you might want and to what degree, and then to what degree you can have them without them negatively affecting something else, and then what's relevant to what you actually want. So for example, if you have the braking on relatively weak and you've got the gear shift effect on, what happens and you've got the gear effect on quite high, when you brake in, the braking effect's not that hard, but then every time you downshift, then the jolt means that it sort of interrupts the braking effect, but then tightens it up, which then doesn't feel very much like braking. But if you have the braking effect on really high with the downshift, it doesn't affect it because the load is such that it doesn't affect it negatively. So there'll be loads of stuff like that with this. In fact, this software though could do with having. There's a setting in SimHub where you can make sure that one effect doesn't interact with another effect. But it's really good how it is anyway. I think what will happen is I will just keep fiddling with this, and there'll probably be a bunch of stuff that we'll settle on. I really like, weirdly, with this belt tensioner, I really like the road heave type thing effect, which is not what I'd have thought would be good with the belt tensioner, but it's really immersive and gives you a similar effect to a motion rig. Yeah, you could have hip belts as well, and I think that would give you a more rounded feeling. But it's going to be a cost. It's going to be like a cost sort of thing of like, well, by the time you've added, if you were to add the equivalent of another seatbelt tensioner, you might, in some ways, you might as well have just gone for a motion rig with 4-point actuators. You know, so. Also, I think if you mount these belts, if you mounted them really well, you could get the weight distributed pretty close to giving a similar type feeling. Yeah, that's true. That's true, counter debate. Gamer Mossel, I also enjoy your sincere, sarcastic view on things, but man, I really thought you were on fire with the interview with Niels. You were calm. That's because we were outside in the park. I was in my natural environment. I can be calm in that environment. It's not got the noise. Niels had also given me a stroopwafel, which was dosed. So you know, that's how he operates. That's how they get positive reviews on their pedals. There's little dosed stroopwafels. And everyone's like, I really like the colour of this wheel. It feels very good. They also, you start talking with a Dutch accent. And that's a special Dutch accent, by the way. Would you do this or 3 butt kick? Well, 3 butt kickers are a lot cheaper than a seatbelt tensioner, so I would get butt kickers for like, I'd DIY butt kickers for £150. Not butt kicker though. You can just buy your own Dayton pucks use your thing and spend active. Yeah, see, I would just. I know what you're saying with the active pedal thing versus a belt tensioner, but I would just put them in completely different categories of device. Like, I wouldn't buy an active pedal for immersion. T in capital letters is the password. I would. I think what it is if someone had nice equipment, they would probably get an active pedal anyway because they wouldn't care. Maybe. I don't know. Or like a booster pedal maybe, M booster or something. But if someone was... I think there's a lot of people that kind of want the immersion of a motion rig, but they don't want to spend £3,000 to £5,000 on 4-point actuators. They don't want to set that up. They don't want their rig to be rocking about and making noise, potentially waking up their partner. And they also don't want, like, they know they probably wouldn't use it that much or to the degree that what it offers for its cost. So yeah, I just wouldn't choose between the active pedal or the belts. See, I think also, just from my like 8 hours of using it, I think it's a mistake to think of it as a way to feel braking. Like, it's nice, it does kind of do that, but I don't think that's like its most valuable thing, because I don't think it's at a resolution that allows you to actually brake from it, that like you would in a real car anyway. But it does really give a great sensation that you're de-accelerating, and it does give like the stuff from like the wheels, the vibrations and things. It does surprisingly good, and also like the track bumps and things, which you wouldn't feel without a motion rig, and they don't come through on a tactile transducer like they do with this. So I think it's more that it's like, in my mind, the more I thought about it, is it's more like it gets you the sort of sensation that you would get from a 2-point seat mover, but in a sort of tidier package, and then it does the G-force type thing better for braking. I can see why a lot of people buy them though. I think a lot of people will be like, they've got a nice DD wheel that they're happy with, they've got a nice pedal they're happy with, and they're like, oh, I'd quite like to add something fun to my sim rig. And it's expensive, but for people with disposable income, it's not expensive. Like, definitely people that are buying wheel rims. There's people spending 800 to 1,500 on bloody wheel rims, and it's like, okay, but why would you buy that before a seatbelt tensioner? Like, what is that wheel rim really adding to? Oh, and then VR is a big thing as well. And I've not seen any of the belt tensioners marketed for this. Motion rigs with VR move your head too much, and they move you around too much. So it can be really off-putting with the VR. Whereas with this, you can have like the braking and the track stuff without it bobbling your head around so much. So you get really good immersive VR without the without necessarily the headset wobbling off your face and things. So I think that's quite a good aspect of it. No, I think it just fits in nicely as a general product. I could see belt tensioners becoming I mean, they already have. There's quite a few companies making them. I could see, it's a thing that sort of fits into that. Yeah, it fits into its own little space. It feels good. Well, that's it. That's the problem, isn't it, Skeet? So it's almost as if the wealth has gravitated in one direction. It's almost as if that stifles economic growth as well, but what a ludicrous thing to suggest. Right. This is Magello, I think. Oh yeah, you'd also need a sim rig and a race seat as well. That's the other thing, isn't it? The software works quite well actually. Like we haven't had to, you don't have to fiddle with it too much for it to start feeling quite good. Do I feel safe now? Yeah. I'm maximum security now. Why has this car got such strong force feedback? This is Zolder. This is a really good track to drive. Whoa. I don't know why the at the moment the downshifting is still too strong. Let's just turn it off. Ryan the Afraptor. No, this is I keep falling out my sim rig, so I thought this would help. Yeah, it is amazing with the seatbelt tensioner though, how for what it is, it does work very well. I don't think it'll make you faster, but I don't really think that's the... yeah, you probably get... It's got filters in it that if there's like a massive jolt, it won't squeeze you to death. It detects it. But don't pull that hard though. Even on max setting, it's not gonna like... I guess if you were elderly, it could hurt you, but a normal person, it's no worse than carrying like a heavy rucksack when braking. Yeah, I think it'd be good in a glider. I think it'd be good for turbulence and stuff and taking off and landing. Also, actually, the braking in a plane, that'd be good. Or putting the spoilers up if it can detect that. Because you de-accelerate pretty quickly in a glider with the spoilers on full. Okay. I need a biscuit. Yeah, we do Flight Sim 24. I do a lot of glider flying. We've got the AB9 force feedback joystick, so it'll be really fun to do a Flight Sim. John Matheson, thanks for subscribing. I'm looking forward to it. We've got Jurassic Park, the Jurassic Park Orbex Islands to fly around in a glider. So I think it'll be fun to do it with that. Do you tend to, when you use it, do you tend to put it on really strong? Or do you leave it a bit loose? So I kind of prefer it when it's on really hard. I like it. I like it hard. I like it hard and stiff. Yeah, well, we were driving the vintage cars last night, and I had a really high setting. It was really nice. Annoyingly, I can't remember what gear shifts feel like in like a GT4 car Radical in real life. So it's a shame. I for some reason I can remember what braking feels like, and understeer and oversteer, but like just my brain for some reason has no memory of what the gear shift felt like. Still haven't got my biscuit yet. Ultimate dietary device, this. Whew. They do, yeah. Well, some do, some don't. But all the new ones use sequential shifters. Oh yeah, that'd be good, yeah. Yeah, it'd be good to try it on a rally sim. I did do some off-road driving yesterday in AC. With the vintage car, which was good fun. What I find is, if I'm using the braking, I want to have them on super tight, and then I want the braking like even more stronger than it is. But then when I'm not using, if I'm focusing not on the braking, I don't want the braking on really tight. It felt really nice with the vintage. We were driving a vintage Formula car, and we had it on max strength braking, and it was really nice. It was really similar to in a real car braking when you brake really hard. It was like with the harness on nice and tight. I think the problem I have, because my back is weird, I really should be. This harness is making you actually sit in the chair properly, right? I tend to lean forwards, so this is also a good posture device. This is actually also good for posture because it's forcing me to keep my back upright, but naturally I have the posture of a baboon. Hello, Andrew McCormack. Hello, Platinum Fox. It's definitely like one that, like someone was saying before, like a weighted blanket. You definitely get that sensation, like, of being held in place. It's just quite comfortable because you can just like flop yourself, and you're like, oh, it's like, you know, when you go on a roller coaster, or like if you've ever been in a car or rock. Well, actually, a climbing harness is different, but like, yeah, you just feel secured. You're just like, ah. I'm still not sure about these side belts though. Like, I've tried moving them forwards. Kind of want them further back, really. And I also tried having this higher, and that kind of actually felt a bit better in some ways. In a real car, you'd have it like above your hip, but this felt better higher up. Seemed to distribute the force better across the chest with the positioning of my seat. Because you really want the force load to be here. Breast massager. Well, you can have an effect for it pulling down on one side more than another side, but I put that in a very low setting. To be honest, your wheel's better for that kind of stuff, and you naturally, when you go for a corner, you tend to lean anyway. They couldn't see a seatbelt. Yeah, you need to. Yeah, you'd have to drew a big thing on it saying seatbelt. But he, weirdly, a 4-point harness. This type of harness is so much better for like if you had a crash in a road car. Like this, a seatbelt in a road car is terrible. If you had a moderate crash, one seatbelt that's not thick compared to something like this would be so much better to crashing, obviously. But like, it's not that hard to put a 5-point harness on compared to a car seatbelt, right? People get well bad injuries from car accidents from the seatbelt. Like you get that bruise all the way down. Oh yeah, I guess yeah, better seat. Yeah, the whole design of the seat and everything will be. Oh, that makes sense. Look, I thought I was being clever. How dare you ruin it for me? Well, people should just wear a race helmet and a hands device, alright? in their road car. full hand, exactly. Where you going? Just to Lidl's. Let me just put my helmet and my hands device on. Depends if you're Italian. If you're going to be cornering at 2G. Italians can corner at 5G on a moped. Well, regrettably, I saw a photo of like a 1950s car accident, and basically the driver's head had been removed by the steering wheel. So I think I'll take my chances with airbags if I had to choose. I'll go for the airbag over the 1950s spike on the wheel. There we go. I mean, the thing is, you get to a point, like, you get to, like, aeroplanes, you might as well not even bother. Because if you're gonna... if you fly into the ground at 100 miles an hour in an aircraft, it's not gonna really matter what seatbelt you're wearing, really. Well, we're going racing, guys. Woo. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But if you're pulling enough G, you won't even notice that you're upside down. Who's Tayan? I'm not a robot. I'm not a type. I'm not ChatGPT. Here we go. Oh, it's his son. Well, hello. Bob Jan's son. Going up on the braking here. Oh, bloody hell. If you add mechanical damper, that's adding filtering to a wheel. That is literally adding filtering to a wheel. It's giving it inertia. It's the that's one of the reasons why people used some of the older direct drive wheels back in the day, is that they had heavier motors, and so they'd be less reactive. But the problem with that is that they're also less reactive to your initial input, so it can make driving be a bit of a chore. Some people like it. That's why people. It's one of the reasons why people use like 50 Newton meter or 40 Newton meter OSW kits. Let's go. Oh, come on, guys. Bloody. Oh, come on. I'm going to restart the race. We've got hacks here. I can't spell. Imagine being able to do that in iRacing. Hang on, the bump stop's working on the Moser software now really aggressively. That's new. You're better off without it, I think. Maybe that's a setting we can change in AC. Here we go. Mr. Bean. Oh, guys. Oh, he bounced him back round. There we go. Oh my God, guys! How how hard is it for you to take that corner? Come on, just drive through the corner. Shouldn't be that difficult. Should not be that hard. He's given me an opportunity to tweak settings though, so it's not all bad. They all need a belt tensioner and a biscuit. Here we go. Attempt number 300. Oh my god. Well, I'm not restarting again. Oh my god, guys, come on. Come on, guys. How can you not use a brake pedal? Oh, what are you guys doing? Bloody hell. Well, nice to drive a car. It could be the dentist zone, yeah. Ah, you're not making that. Why? What are you doing, guys? That to bloody hell. To pull out the corner there. Bowling with Porsches, this. Trying. I don't have the best of pace. Oh dear, my rear tyres are falling off. Probably need the mediums. That one might be alright, actually. Oh, edge of the track. This is a bit of a handful. Absolutely backmarkered. Right, guys, you have to get out. I'm afraid you're too heavy. The car's too heavy. Ooh. Ah, my tyres are gone. Tyres are gone. Oh no. Yeah, I definitely wanted mediums. Tyres say no. Absolutely tired. I should be able to finish this. We've got a little bit of rubber left. We couldn't afford to push it. It's a nice, sensible car, this. Still try and get a podium here. I need to eat something though, my brain's turning off. No! Tyres! No! Ah, there goes the podium. Ah, there goes 4th place. Ah, do a very slow move across the track. Oh. Woo. Good racing, guys. I need to grab some food in a second. I'll put the next server up. Well done, Dr. Longmount. Well done, Burby. Well done, Platts. Mr. Burks. Myself, Superdrift 6 and F. Sebastia 7th. Well done. This is what the average sim racer has. Direct drive wheel, seatbelt tensioner. It's all pretty standard stuff, really, you know. Kind of thing that you'd expect like an 8-year-old to have access to, you know. Servers up, guys. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's just it's more like an immersion device. It's quite nice. It works well for what it does. I just have to. We still like messing with settings. I have a feeling that if we drive without it, we'll be like, That's the problem with motion rigs. Is you're like, oh, this is quite nice. We enjoy it. This is quite nice. And then you're like, you get used to it, and you're like, oh, it's all right. Yeah, I got used to it. And then you go on a rig that doesn't have motion, and you're like, oh. So basically, you're better off just never using any nice equipment, really. That's the real trick. This is like 1,400. Thanks for joining. Sorry, I'm not chatting too much, guys. I'm wrecked today. We did too much screwing last night of this on the sim rig. Well, anybody? Well, anybody? I'm just going to put some food in the oven because I'm dying. So declip. Oh, I think I might have to do some flight sim as well at some point. Declip, derobe. Oh. Weirdly, with the seatbelt tensioner, I find it easier to focus on the driving, which is strange. Woo! Let's not. I think we need to do a deeper dive into why sim racers are so boring. Do you notice that they sell this Ford engine? You can notice here they sell it in both the UK and Australia, and that's why it's written both ways round, Australian and British. A lot of people don't know that about this engine. Everything that's sold to Australia has to be the text has to be the other way around. It's quite confusing though, because as a wheel drives, it's hard to tell if it's for the British market or the Australian market. But you know, so they have to make sure when they sell wheels that they keep the text the right way up. It's one of the big issues that wheel salesmen face when they distribute the wheels. Sometimes someone turns it around by accident and then it goes to the wrong market. Why does it have an anvil on top? Well, because sometimes, famously, Lotus were not only race team, but they also did a lot of ironmongery. And yeah, sometimes, you know, sometimes you need to straighten things out, right? So it makes sense, really. Yeah, that gives it the car more weight to help it stick to the ground. Yeah. It's also a giant heat sink for the engine. It's good that we can all learn. We can all learn from watching this live stream. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. Get some food. We've just done some slow cars. We'll do another slow car after this, just for you. No, this is just a salad and cheese wrap. I've got some chicken air frying. I just had to eat something. I was flagging. No, this is Lotus, it's in AC. Lotus 79, isn't it? I don't know. The yellow bird's mental in AC. Man, I'm so hungry. All I had for breakfast was porridge. I haven't eaten anything. What? Why did that happen? Oh man. My belt's twisted around. Well, that was a lot harder to do than I thought it'd be. The one-handed belt tug. That's where training on DD wheels pays off. The one-arm power. Almost refueled, guys. I made an epic porridge this morning. I had Lidl's basic porridge, which is actually a good porridge, not got sugar in it. I had like a cup of fruit in it. Blueberries, strawberries. Wow, good. And then I had yogurt and some caramel. Oh. Now we've got some Colombian coffee. That is a lot better than Tesco's basic. Oh my goodness, guys. Tesco's basic coffee is... I'm going to just throw it away. actually makes you feel sick. I don't know why they bother. I know, exactly. It's just endless entertainment is what we offer. Right. Let's do a lap here. I'm super exhausted today. It's crazy. We didn't do anything yesterday. We just put this. All we did was put the seatbelt tensioner on the rig, and I've just wrecked. Oh, my chicken's finished cooking. Oh well. That's what happens when I get like. When we get the insomnia. I just get exhausted from nothing. It's really weird. It's a basic chicken dinner. I wonder if we're better off. The angle of the seatbelt is definitely. Well, I've got a seatbelt, so we're safe in this car. We thought it all out. We've got a setup, guys. Has anyone saved a setup? Let's just see what Jar's like. It's going to be a new running joke. We've not really driven this. It feels quite nice to drive. This is nice. Just testing the grip there. You know, the default cars in AC are fantastic. There's this weird myth in sim racing that you need mods for AC to be good, and it's like, obviously people that say that have obviously not driven all the cars in the sim, and it's the fact is, pretty much every car in AC is better than any other car in any other sim. So. It's because the way the grip returns on the tyres quickly allows you to do more actions as a driver and balance the car more. That'll be my next YouTube video. Ugh. If you think this is understeery, it's because you're going into a corner too fast. Skywalk, I think you might just have a... I think you might just have a skill issue. Skywalk issue. Oh, don't break there. I can't do anything to avoid you. Well, we're back in the right direction. Maybe a bit too far back on the brake bars there. I didn't blip the throttle. Bonk. Bonk. Le bonk. We get one more lap here. Bloody hell. Okay. I hope there's no aero boying going on here. Wow, what an improvement. Ah, you're on default setup and you're beating me. This is unacceptable. I've been through this. You're not allowed to beat me on the default setup. Oh, you're not the fastest. So, Ryan the Raptor. You playing with a wheel? Who's the guy? Who's our viewer that plays with a bloody gamepad and they send us a setup and it's mental? It's like gamepad setup that's impossible. Oh dear. Cheers, guys. I'm already familiar, yeah, pretty much. I think so. I'm getting there. It's just a case of dialing in settings. Yeah, it makes sense. There was something actually. There was something I've forgotten now. There's a couple of things that I think could be added to it or tweaked. That I can't remember what they were now. Oh yeah, a global strength thing that applies to everything. Is there one in the app? Because I've already noticed sometimes I want to whack up the force, whack everything up, and then other times I'm like, actually my body is not very good because I'm old, so I'd like to turn it down and just have a nice massage. So I've created separate profiles. Obviously you could just load a different profile, but I think if there was a thing at the top of the main app which is just like an overall strength thing, would be really good. Global strength. Be super handy. Because I can totally see myself setting up a bunch of stuff that I'm really happy with, and it'd just be a case of me going, oh, I want it, I want more, I want less. Or I'm going to flight sim, or, you know, rather, because sometimes you don't want to fiddle with stuff, you don't care. Or you're actually happy with all the settings, you just want to turn it up and turn it down. It probably is a setting. I probably just didn't notice it, but that was one thing I was thinking of. Here we go. This orange juice is well nice. Lidl's deluxe orange juice with bits. So I didn't shake it up. You notice using Marvin's on iRacing, the force feedback on TCR is really jerky. It could be because it's front wheel drive, and it could be that you might need to lower the filter, the road sensitivity thing. But it's probably because it's front wheel drive, and so when you accelerate, it's changing the suspension is doing stuff. Or like front wheel drive tends to ruin force feedback wheels. There's so much going on with the front tyres. Also, front tyres can skip quite a lot on front wheel drive cars. If you're like gunning it. And so then that will cause they get weird force feedback and stuff. But there's a whole, basically, with front wheel drive, there's just a whole load of additional things happening that can cause weird stuff with force feedback. Yeah, Marvin's is generating the force feedback from the game's telemetry rather than iRacing's force feedback, and that allows you to filter it and stuff. Well, MS2 has good force feedback. You can fully change MS2 force feedback out of the box. The MS2's issues is its physics, not its force feedback. I have the reactions of a sloth in a snowstorm. It's a Cubic Systems one. These cars are great. I've not noticed the seatbelt tension is not making me slower, which is nice. It's making it harder for me to get biscuits. That's the biggest downside so far from my testing. Like we were very low on blood sugar before we went to get some food, and the seatbelt the seatbelt tension had definitely got in the way of us getting food. So I do find it. It's worse for live streaming because I'm getting into the game more. Last night we drove for like an hour just around that track. I find it hypnotic. I don't know if it is like. I think I'm mildly ADD. I say mildly, probably really badly ADD, but like the extra noise and stuff of the vibrations and bumps helps me focus. You'd think it would distract you more, but it does the opposite. It's like how I listen to techno all day long. I find it relaxing. That's how you take that corner, guys. Yeah, boy. You're a bit. Nani? Super Drifter, du. Everything's Formula Drift if you're driving hard enough. Trying to close the gap on the car in front. We've got some fast people in here. I'm normally pretty good at Brands Hatch. I like the giant radiator on the back of the car. It means if you drive into the back of them, they get a water leak and you win. Oh no, baby's catching us. God, how is Mr. Burke so quick? He's Brands Hatching me. He's just better, I can tell. The problem is, we're so close to the limit of grip. If I push just a little bit more, we'd tend to go over it. He's just doing better lines, better trail braking as well. Now I can just see. I can see where he's driving better than me. You can tell it's not set up because when it's set up. I know you're joking, but when it's set up, you can see the car in front moving away when you're doing the same thing. Like, you can tell. Bloody hell, tyres are a bit slippy there. You could just see he was getting the grip down better than me. Taking a better line. I was just turning too hard, not balancing it. Baby getting a little bit loose. The thing I have a thing of doing is I don't lean on the front tyres enough. It's something I'd never do. Bloody hell. It's interesting driving this car with this track because it's not got, this car doesn't have enough downforce for you to welly it through these right-handers. With modern cars, you can just sort of flow through them. Woo! Good driving, this. It's hard work. This is like I'm proper concentrating. Good driving. Yeah, I was wondering what my eyes were stinging. Do you feel losing grip? You do.
The pace car is out of control.
So when you brake, it tugs on you. And if you lock up, actually it's not really doing it there, but sometimes if you lock up, the belts then stop tugging on you as much. I don't know why it's not particularly. I've probably a setting I need to adjust, but yeah, so if you lock up, it can go loose again. But also, the rear slip. If the rears come out, you get they vibrate, which is quite nice. I need my chicken. Good racing there. Nikanunainen, M. Burks, myself, Burby, Danganito. I think we should do a slower car now. Oh, hang on. That was Lucas. Do you feel losing grip? I thought it was just someone randomly asking. What do you mean? What do you mean by losing? He's probably asking a separate question. That was a good catch, baby. I need to get my tactile transducers back on though, because I think. Am I doing well? Oh, right, yeah. What you do notice is it definitely feels more like a rearward. Apart from like you get an illusionary vertical feeling for the track texture, which is very weird. Considering it's a tug, it does give you an illusionary sense for vertical motion. But I definitely think you'd want to use this with tactile transducers. Because at the moment it feels like everything on my rig is happening from the rear. I just need to put my pedal ones back on, and then the front's vibrating when the front understeers, and then that sort of in your brain, you've got stuff happening in front of you and behind you, which then makes it feel more 3D. It's weird. It's like when you're playing VR. If you have a fan blowing on you, it makes you feel like you're outside. It's just weird. Your brain tries so hard to make sense of things based off previous experience. It's really weird. Right. Next track. Oh, I'll get my chicken as well. Oh, yeah, what was set? I was going to change something else. I think it's on the braking. If you have it, I don't know. Maybe it's just that car. With the other cars, it was. When you locked up, it was obvious. Right, server. Server filter. Should we get some jungle on? It's jungle time. Server. What shall we drive? We could do a nice spa race. I know what we can do. Here we go. I got a good one. There we go. Server's up, guys. Hang on. Server's not up. Server's up now. Ooh, I'll get my chicken. I need a doona kebab to drive this car. Oh, I could sleep in this. We should have all beds should just have harnesses on them, and then you're never going to roll out of bed accidentally, or like, you know, you could have a harness and you could just sleep on the wall. Well, good. You wouldn't even need beds. You could have just dangle. Oh, yeah. Who doesn't love a harness? It is weird sitting in a seat though with the harness holding you in it, because I think you learn to sit in a seat. Right, you actually do use muscles to sit in a seat, but it's something you learn when you're like a toddler, right? When you use a harness, you don't have to use any muscles to sit in the seat. You're kind of just stuck to it. It's very strange. Harness talk. Well, I just need a harness in all seats. We'll just need a harness everywhere. We need some Game of Muscle branded seat belts. Or maybe I could put some Game of Muscle stickers on it. You can tell that I mounted the right hand side one about... Oh no, it's not too much off. It's like an inch too different. Right, let me get my chicken, guys. You ready? You ready for the dismount? Check this out. That's how much my belly was pushing against the harness. Oh, we need to try Flight Sim actually as well. Well, it's not too late, that'd be good. We could try Jurassic Park stuff. Oh, but I'm so exhausted today, guys. What is wrong with me? It's when the sleep gets messed up. It makes the like fatigue stuff I have really bad. Unsurprisingly, funny that, but oh dear. Right, back in a second. Let's get my chicken. And a cup of tea, guys. Hello? Well, hello, Jaxa. Woo! Just changed my trousers. These are way more comfortable. Bloody denim chinos. Terrible. Put a more comfortable shirt on as well. Got my camping clothes on now. Way better. Ah, oh, feels so good. Buckle up. Oh, I love camping clothes. So comfortable. And they're always like, everyone should just wear camping clothes all the time. Have to get in position. You better one, Jacksaw, otherwise you'll have let down all the YouTubers. Woo! Bet Jacksaw doesn't have a harness. This is actually part of my Tom Bland. That's it. Got to keep yourself locked in. Now this is part of my probation after what happened. My probation is I have to wear a tag and have to be monitored on a live stream, and I have to wear this harness. No. Yeah, see, it's the cubic belt tensioner. It's really good, actually. What DRS stuff? Can you share a link? It won't work because you're not a mod. Send it on the Discord. No, Cubic Systems sent this to me to review. I think it's really good. It is quite expensive. Oh, thank you.
I am the solicitor representing camping clothes. Please stop giving our brand a bad name. Cease and desist.
Yeah, so I mean, the seatbelt tensioner thing is like, it depends what you're doing with your sim rig. If you're like, if your goal is like esports driving, then no, there's no point really. If your goal was you enjoy sim racing and you're just looking for like nice immersive sim racing experience, and you know, then it's worth it for that. And it's cheaper than getting a 4-point actuator, and it's generally quieter than a lot of the seat movers. And it's quite easy to attach to the chair. So, you know, it's sort of like if someone had already got tactile transducers, they're looking for the next thing, they're not totally price sensitive, they want to feel like a sim rig doesn't, they want the sim rig to feel a lot more like engaging. So if you did a lot of real driving, more so than sim racing, it really throws people off when they're in a sim rig and it's completely static. And the seatbelt tensioner is the only thing that apply, well, apart from Aris's torture headset rig, but the next thing after that applies a relatively strong kind of load type force that's somewhat analogous to the kind of load type forces in a real car. So from an immersion perspective, it's quite a big amplifier of immersion with some bonuses that it gives you, like some nice road feel stuff and things as well. But yeah, it's not the type of thing. Well, that's it. No, you're not a gamer anymore. That's it. It's not the type of thing that are sort of, you don't need it. I mean, you know, same with like motion rigs, isn't it? It's a very nice addition to the sim rig. Oh, they always set them up too crazy, Tom, at expos. Yeah. Because I think they want to make a thing about showing how crazy the rigs are, you know, how fast they are. So what's funny is they're toned down to what it used to be like. In like 3 or 4 years ago at Sim Racing Expo, the rigs would be like rolling all over the place. But, wow. A really well set up motion rig visually doesn't really look like it's moving much. Yeah. Here's a link. Thing is, it depends what you're doing with the simulator as well. Like, if you're having like a one-off experience and you're not trying to drive as precisely as possible, in a sense, if you were to take a moderately fast road car around the Nordschleife, you'd be like, oh, you'd sort of expect it to move around a bit. So having that in a rig to sort of capture the experience of it can kind of be nice for people. But I think there's also the issue that if you're within a second of pace of top split racing on iRacing, drivers are already at a level where most stuff that adds immersion will probably reduce their performance, because especially in iRacing, because of the way you have to drive in iRacing, which is such a ridiculous way of just like hold the wheel at an angle, trail brake perfectly. Yeah, it was just about absolute super mega preemptive precision. The thing is, the vast majority of sim racers are not esports drivers. They're doing it for fun. So it kind of seems weird. There's this like, there's kind of like this performance aspect of sim racing, and it's like, well, okay, but is that really the direction that you really want? Oh, you can make, yeah, you can set up motion rigs precise, yeah. You just, but then you end up setting them up really minimal. So you end up spending like £3,000 to £5,000 to have something that's barely moving. It's just how it is. Yeah, there's a lot of aspects to it. I mean, a good example, that Aris's string rig, the head tugger, Graviton, that was pretty good. Like, that was probably the closest I've experienced in a sim rig to it feeling like the sort of G-forces you feel on your head in a real car. Like, the experience of that was relatively close to like a radical GT4 car in terms of load and stuff. But you'd never want to use that for more than like an hour, like a day maximum, like maybe 30 minutes to an hour. It's like, even if you like real race cars, if it's hot weather, okay, like racing is great fun, and you know it's a performance thing, but it's not something that you'd want to do for more than an hour in most cases. Like, it on a hot day, in a race suit, with a helmet, in a race car with no aircon, it's terrible. It's awful. It's borderline not worth doing relative to the discomfort. So, you know, but that's fine if you're doing, or even just go-karting, right? People break their ribs go-karting, but like you could do like a Club 100 race or whatever with your mates. That is fine for 30 minutes, maybe an hour, but anything more than an hour of go-karting, even with rental carts, is not pleasant. It's good for 30 minutes. It's like a Game of Muscle live stream. It's good for about 2 minutes, and then you're like, ah! That's what's so good about sim racing. You can enjoy the good parts of it's called Game of Muscles, the server. You can enjoy the fun parts of car handling without the discomfort. You can eat chicken in the pit lane. That's it. Real drivers looking for comfort, and sim racers looking for solutions to make them uncomfortable. I keep saying this, but it's really funny as well. The real cars are just worse quality than sim racing equipment and stuff. Like the pedals in race cars are often not like as well tuned as even budget sim racing pedals, and the wheel will have like weird like inconsistencies and stuff in a real race car. You know, same with like planes and things. They often really feel terrible. Everything is perfect in Simland. What? Like a brick in a washing machine. You want to understand motorsport. What it is it's rich people that have abject comfort in their life, right? Super, super comfy. Super, super comfy. And they've got, you know, they've got savings, which is giving them 70,000, 100,000 a year of passive income. So their life is completely comfortable. So comfortable that they're like, oh, God, life's so comfortable. I need to introduce something uncomfortable. So they're going to pay money for the uncomfortable thing of driving a race car. That's what that's about. Whereas if you're a poor, you're like, oh, my life's terrible. Oh, no, the race car's terrible like my life. It's not the same. Motorsport is literally rich people paid to have a bad time, because that's the commodity when you're that wealthy. Oh no, I can't reach my wheel. Can I use my Formula rim? Yes. Oh no, I still can't reach. I'm gonna have to undo myself. I've undone myself. I'll do myself back up. Beautiful. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna buy one. That's a really good idea. Yeah, one of those like disability reaching sticks. Perfect. There we go. Look at this car. Why is the indicator going on? It's got an automatic indicator sound. Fair enough. Oh yeah, can you change the colour of the light on this seatbelt tensioner? That's that with T in capital letters is the password. Oh no! Admit it that the boot-up light was Knight Rider inspired. Who is it? Is it you? Who was the one that's? Who was the one that's? That's the Knight Rider fan. There's definitely some homages to Knight Rider with this belt tensioner. In Race Room, you have to manually change your wheel rotation to degrees in the wheelbase software. There's a setting that you can make it automatic. Hang on, they're red, blue, green and yellow. Would you have to? You'd have to choose the colour before you buy it. Well, you can admit that Airwolf is better than Knight Rider. It's in like the main menu. It doesn't always work with all wheelbases, but yeah, it is a setting there somewhere, like automatic wheel rotation or something. But yeah, it doesn't work with every wheelbase, weirdly. Oh. Okay. I've only watched a few episodes of Airwolf. Oh, don't worry, you can't lose the magic. It's a helicopter. Helicopters never lose their magic. Hang on, was that Knight Rider? Yeah, I mean, helicopters are helicopters. There's no way to ruin a helicopter. If you think about it literally, an air wolf is actually pretty stupid. Like, what scenario would you have a wolf in the air? Maybe like some kind of countryside explosion. They should have called it Air Scorpion or Air Tiger. Air Sloth. Or Air Helicopter. It's great. Would have been a popular show then. Far more popular. They could have called it the Wolf of Air. Beaver. Nice beaver. Thanks, I just had it stuffed. I'm well slow in this car. Beautiful. Beautiful driving there. You've never learned this car? Look. How are you supposed to see who you're overtaking driving on this side of the vehicle? Do we do the mediums for the race? Yeah, mediums for the race, guys. Mediums will last. It's not a 25-minute race, is it? It's just a 10-minute, 15-minute race. Oh, it's 25 minutes. Okay. We're doing a 25-minute race. Didn't realise. It's a serious race. I'm glad you're paying attention. Okay, put hard tyres on them. Let's go for hards. I'm ready. You got a chart Harmar upgraded from your V2.5 to a direct drive. Nice. Which one did you get? DD girl. Amazing. Welcome to the land of DD. Gerard, Geroid, Geroid, Geroid. Hello. I imagine they'll go for like 1,200. 1,000. Hello, Elsa the Grey. I need a lock to Horizon camera for Wreckfest. The game makes me motion sick. It's a good game though. We can play with chase cam. They keep changing the tyre physics. It's weird. Don't know why. Like the original early access was really good, and then I think they tried to make it a bit more realistic, and then that kind of made it a bit harder. Unforgiven, like the rear wouldn't come out, or it would get stuck. It wouldn't come out of the slide. Oh, here we go. 25 minutes, guys. Easy win, I think, for me on this one. What's the title of the stream? Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. That's not the best sim. The best Sims. Here we go. Tension, no seats. was a misshift. What a move. That was a seatbelt tensioner move, that. I can't believe it worked out. Hello, Sid. Good evening to you. Scrotum Tugger. The Scrotum Tugger 2000 Ultimate Sim Racing Immersion. 30 Newton meters of scrotum tug. It's good. We'll do a review video at some point. Why is Nikkanunainen so fast? It's a joke. Why is everyone else so slow? I'll catch him. I'm a bit of a god at this track. These cars are rapid. See, I've seen them in real life. They're super fast. They look ridiculous as well. It's like a brick moving at 160 miles an hour. The top speed of them's crazy. Afro racers still holding on to us here. Tell you what is really good with this belt tensioner is if you do sim racing and then you do plan to do real driving, it really does. The braking in a real car does throw you off a little bit, I think. Like the violence of it. So if you use this, it would actually accustom. Like this is not the same as a real car, but you would be more accustomed to that experience. It's quite nice. Chasing him down. Welcome to police camera action. Buckinghamshire local constabulary are chasing down some local youths. I think Cubic Systems, they called this the what was it, the BTQ1 belt tensioner, which is not a very good product name. I think they could have gone with something like the Titty Squeezer 4000. Or maybe like the Peck Puncher. Do you know what I mean? I just don't think they named it. They didn't name it in a way that really captures the excitement of the product. It's like they were trying to sell it to robots. Buy our belt tensioner. It is the BT14469789763 Newton meter 42B. All robot kind will enjoy using it. Hello, Corey Coyote. How's it going, man? I just missed your message. The belly bouncer. The belly bouncer 4000. Belly bobbler. The nipple noodler. Antonia, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Is that someone from Brazil? Brazil. You'll ask again. What was it? What did he say? Macau race. I can't do that track. It's too stressful. The Scrotum Scrambler 4000. First edition. See, there you go. I've come up with 4 names that they could use. And think of the press that they would get. Might not be positive press, but that's still advertising. I think it's pretty good, yeah. I would recommend him to a certain type of person. We're past the DRS board there. The irony is this car... this car is the absolute opposite of DRS. This car is a DIS. Drag increase system. Well, we'll do a video on that. I'll give you a full review whilst we're driving in second place at Silverstone. That's not normal for a 90s DTM driver to have to review a product as they're trying to beat the current fastest car that's doing drifts around the corners. Like a git. Well, most of it's not really on your collarbone. It's sort of balanced over your chest. I've calibrated mine to be directly on my nipple. I've actually put Velcro on my nipple, and it's Velcroed onto this for extra responsiveness. That's how I can feel more finer details. Nipple force. Thanks for subscribing, Coulthard. Was that like 12 months? Appreciate it. It feels good. Do you mean, how does it feel? Is it like emotionally? I mean, if I was to equate it to like some kind of emotional feeling, well, I'm not sure actually, because I don't really feel much these days. Feels like I mean, it's hard to quantify. Feels a bit like when you find you run out of milk, but you realise that you actually do have milk left, but the milk's UHT, so it's not quite as good as real milk, but you're quite happy nonetheless because you do have milk and you can still have a cup of tea. Actually, it feels a bit like if you're out foraging and you find a nice mushroom. It's a bit like that. You know, not. It's just nice. You know, you're like, oh, that's a nice mushroom. You got to warm it up on your DD wheel like Kira first. Well, I can't talk about magic mushrooms because they're Class A drugs in the UK, and this is a child-friendly live stream. Tell you a funny story though. Funny story. So there's a mushroom called wavy cap mushroom. I can't remember its actual scientific name. It's a brown mushroom that grows on like wood chips and stuff, and it's highly hallucinogenic. It's also a criminal offence to pick it. So if you're in the UK, don't pick it. The irony is, this wavy cap mushroom grows in abundance on wood chippings. Well, guess what? Guess what you find in children's playgrounds to stop children from banging their heads on the floor? So it's kind of amusing to me that a mushroom that's up there in terms of like psilocybic properties it grows in abundance in children's playgrounds. It's also kind of amusing that if a child were to pick it, that's a criminal offence. The moral is, laws in the UK are very interesting. I'm just using a budget 5090 in this system. But to be honest, with wavy caps, there are some mushrooms that look quite similar to them and grow in similar conditions that are very toxic. So you have to be very careful if you're picking any mushroom, to be honest. You'd have to know what you're doing. Oh yeah, it's Dave Camp's fault. Pretty much always Dave Camp's fault. know, there's a whole bunch of... Oh, you should just read books on mushroom identification. There's normally like 5 or 6 main identifiers for different mushrooms that you could then compare and contrast, and time of year and where they're growing, what they're growing on, what's growing around them. You know, you wouldn't just pick a single identifier. I was actually watching some documentaries on mushroom poisoning recently. Oh, hello, Danny Lee. Sorry, I missed you in chat. I wasn't ignoring you. Didn't see your message. Yeah, I was watching some documentaries on mushroom poisoning, and a large number of poisoning cases are actually people that know what they're doing, but often there'll be a lot of mushrooms. So they've gone mushroom picking, they know what they're picking, and there's loads of mushrooms, and they're like, oh, mushrooms, I love them, and they pick loads of mushrooms, and there's so many that they're not paying attention to each one that they pick, and so they accidentally pick, you know, like a like death cap or something, or some like mushroom that's somewhat similar to what they picked before, and it gets mixed in, and the problem is you only need to eat like a small amount of death cap, like a few grams, and it can really mess you up. So that's really common. So that's the thing. It's just the thing is, it's one of those things where it's like potentially very dangerous, but also not that dangerous, and it entirely depends on if you're paying attention. It's like crossing a road. I think it's a real shame because, again, it's another great example of sort of critical thinking, attentiveness, and being sensible. Because, like, walking across a road is very dangerous, way more dangerous than mushroom picking. If you don't look into the traffic, it might be safe most of the time, but occasionally a car will hit you. And that's what happens, right? And it's the same with mushrooms. If you're not paying attention, you could pick something and, you know... Oh, actually, a really funny thing in the documentary... the guy was saying... It was like a lecture, not a documentary. The guy was saying it's really common... So that basically they do... it's poison control or something for a state in America. They get called really often... from people that have eaten mushrooms, and then after they've eaten them, they've then thought, oh, maybe it was poisonous. So they then phone up the poison control and send them a picture. It's like, right, maybe if you're not 100% sure on the thing you're eating that potentially could give you an horrific death, maybe before eating it, triple check. It's so stupid. So stupid. Oh dear. It's quite funny though. Yeah, a bit late. I mean, not too late though. Like you normally, it can take like 2 or 3 days to be wrecked from a mushroom. So you know, it's so interesting actually. I've been reading a lot of mushrooms. There's some mushrooms that are totally safe to eat. Unless you drink alcohol, is a certain toxin in them. If you drink alcohol, it becomes potentially deadly poisonous, purely because of the way that I think it's to do with your kidney or something, just how it interacts. But that's crazy, like for something to be both totally safe to eat and deadly poisonous, simply due to that interaction. It's not that crazy, actually. It happens with a lot of stuff, but like, it's just interesting. Ah, second place. Nice driving there. This felt really good. Really nice fun. No, mushrooms are fascinating. Fungi. Fungi. I don't know what you're supposed to call them. Fungi, fungi. Because technically, here's another one, guys. Mushroom facts. Technically, a mushroom is only the name of one type of fungi, right? It's a certain specific type. It's not. They're not all mushrooms, like toadstools and yeah. So it's quite interesting. Yeah. You were on hard mode. Well done, Afro Racer. Well done for winning that. It's good fun. Nikanuna Ninanen 3rd, Burberry 4th, Freeman 5th, Daniel Naito 6th, El Chofo 7th, Steve 8th, Oliver 9th, Mr. 77 in 10th. Let's do another race in something else. That was good fun. Dude, maybe we could stick to this car on or something slow again. Maybe like an MX-5 on an easy track. Yeah, also, actually, as we were talking about mushrooms, uncooked mushroom, even like butter mushrooms you get in the supermarket, they have this effect on your blood or something. I can't remember the specifics of it, but there's like weird interactions that happen. Or that your body can't break down certain parts of them. So you can eat a lot of mushrooms raw, like store-bought mushrooms, but then it's not recommended because some people are totally fine, and other people, their bodies interact with it weirdly. Normally fine if it's cooked, but they say like store-bought mushroom. However, this is another thing. Loads of people get poisoned from perfectly edible mushrooms because they're eating them raw and they've just got like other shit on them, like bacteria or whatever. And often people grow mushrooms themselves, right, in the house, and then they give them to their friends or whatever. So they're safe mushrooms to eat, but they've gone off a bit. And apparently that's really common. So people eat those mushrooms, they think that they've eaten a poisonous mushroom, but actually they've just eaten, it's like eating meat that's spoiled, basically. So it's just interesting, actually, I think, all that stuff. Quick thoughts on Live for Speed? Live for Speed's awesome. Right, we'll do another race here. Anyway, I think fungi and mushrooms are fascinating. There's so much stuff with them. It's crazy. Like, there's some mushrooms that take like hundreds of years to grow. And it's just mental. Yeah, more. That's it. Japanese knotweed. Yeah, well, the Japanese knotweed thing is that the problem is it's almost impossible to get rid of, and then it goes into like brickwork and things and wrecks buildings. And it tends to be, you find it on like canals and stuff, and then sometimes people plant it like an idiot, and basically it devalues property prices. So it's borderline impossible to get rid of once it's there, and it spreads all over the place. But I think the big thing is that it gets into brickwork and stuff and damages it. So yeah, you actually, if you get a building surveyed, Japanese knotweed is one of the things that a surveyor has to point out. It's quite funny. Yeah, exactly. You'll just be sat there, and before you know it, knotweeded up the bottom. Right, get a new server up here. And you're like, is that a weed? No, it's not weed. Woo! Oh dear. That's just not even funny, that's just stupid. Oh god. Right, what should we do now? What something chill, I'm thinking. Oh, I know, I've got something we can do, it'll be nice. And you know, when I say this, it's normally something not chill. We've got something good here. Logitech DD Pro, the new Logitech RS50. I don't know. I've fallen out with Logitech because I think True Force is a load of bollocks. It's not entirely a load of bollocks, but just buy something else. Oh, it's Antoine Potato Royale 2000. It's Antoine Jacket Potato. Yeah, YouTube's doxing everybody. Let me just get this server up. Royale 2000 sounds like a burger. The Royale 2000 Winter Season at Burger King. Here we go. Nice, sensible car and track combo. You ready, guys? Let me just make sure the session length isn't stupid. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. You really deserve to reach 100,000 subs. Can't wait. Nothing's going to happen. Why do people get obsessed with numbers? I mean, I do appreciate having 100,000 subscribers. I think half of them are dead, though, because most of them subscribed like half a decade ago, and they were probably old people. So half of them are unconscious or dead. Yeah, I mean, it's just a number, isn't it? But I have to appreciate people subscribing. Old but not dead. It is pretty amazing, because I've not, in the sense that we haven't done this channel in a way to get subscribers. Like, I do say, oh, subscribe to unsubscribe. Like, I have, you know, we do put content out. We do tell people to subscribe, but I haven't specifically done content to specifically get subscribers. Like, there's stuff you can do. Like, if you do hardware reviews, which is a lot of work. I'm not saying these are bad things to do, but like hardware reviews, console game coverage, focusing on new equipment, new game releases. There's a whole bunch of stuff. So it's pretty crazy to, I mean, yeah, like from just mostly doing bog standard sim racing stuff. And it's also with me being a miserable ranty bastard as well. So, yeah. Oh, also doing loads of live streaming, which is terrible for subscribers. Well, unless you're I'm not a good live streamer, but like, if you're a really good live streamer, like Jardier, Jimmy's good at live streaming. Who else is good at live? There's a few people, like Matt Malone's really good at live streaming. You know, having a schedule, doing a specific task, doing a specific event, so like doing like esport races or endurance races, or like Jimmy did really good sort of like challenges, like playing through Gran Turismo and stuff. That kind of thing is a really good way of getting subscribers as a live streamer, but that's a whole thing. Or like Matt Malone being like, okay, sometimes Matt Malone's not feeling the best, yeah, like, but like you can tell he's still like he puts a lot of effort into his live streams, which is surprisingly hard to do. Like if you're bollocksed, especially if he's got children as well. So well, yeah, well we're not, yeah, being talented. Hot Ukrainian woman in the sim rig. Did I say that? I thought there was like testicle reveal was one of them, and the top 5 USB ports. Yeah, I say this. I'm the old chair in the corner of sim racing. Like, you know, if you move into a house or you're renting a property that's got furniture, or like an office, there'll be like a weird old chair in the corner, and it smells funny. And nobody really likes it, but that chair has always been there, and nobody's really questioned it. And if you move it, there's like a stain on the wall, and there's a mark on the floor where the chair's been, because the person cleaning has cleaned around it and left the chair. That's I'm like the old chair of sim racing, probably haunted as well. So you just stay away from it, right? But it's there. You just. If you remove the chair, you'd be like, oh, well, it smelled and we didn't like it, but it was there. That's where we are. Yeah, well, that's already happened, can't debate. That just happened naturally. Sean Cole's that chair. Sean Cole is a Buddle Revolution. Welcome to the Sim Pit. Sean Cole's the best. My dream, I keep saying this, my dream is to have a candlelit dinner with Sean Cole. It's only a small thing to ask. If I ever, if I was like a, if someone's like, well, what's your dream? What's your last thing you'd like to do before before it's all over? I go, candlelit dinner with Sean Cole, and then I'd like to build a sim rig with him. I put a revolution. Thank you, Sid. I'd wait until games come out before buying them. Publishers hate me. I'm like, oh yeah, look, you could pre-order, and that'd be good for businesses. But I always just recommend not rushing to get things because, you know, why? There's lots of stuff to do. The annoying thing is, so the way the games industry works, from a publisher's perspective, is that a publisher, they take the metrics. This is for Sims, first-person shooters, whatever, any game, right? The publisher takes the metrics for how many pre-orders there are for a game, and then they will go, oh, wow, looking at our data for how many pre-orders this game's got, is it worth allocating the resources to another game or doing whatever? Or should we just sort of put it to the side and do something else? And that's before a game is even like actually released, right? Which is pretty absurd if you think about it, because a lot of games, some games come out and they're terrible, some get polished, and so it's really weird applying that kind of AAA default pre-order metric as a universal thing. But that's what a lot of I mean, obviously they have other metrics as well, but when, you know, it's just all numbers. When the numbers are higher in each of these brackets, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a lot of stuff. Even when a product is shit, if it happens to have sold well or pre-ordered well, it can then get the resources to then make it better, so it's no longer a shit product. Whereas you could have a game that was not that shit, didn't pre-order very well, but then didn't get the resources, so it stayed somewhat mediocre. It's so dumb. So dumb. Oh, loot boxes are where it's at. I like a box full of loot. I like a... Yeah, that's what I look for. We don't have a setup here. We've got an Imler setup. Got a Nordschleifer setup. Let's try that. Beautiful. Oh, I might tweak my settings on the seatbelt tensioner a bit as well. Look at this car. This is where it's at, guys. By the way, guys, give Danny Lee a sub. If you haven't, he does really annoying shorts. But he does good videos. They're bloody annoying, but, you know, he's alright. Don't subscribe to him, actually. Flag all his videos. Look at this. Look at his wheel action. I tell you who's really annoying as well. Bloody GP laps with his like always positive attitude and like history and calm demeanour. Ah, bloody annoying. He's been doing retro stuff, actually. It's quite good recently. It's surprising how much the old games really hold up. I know, insufferable. It's ridiculous. I think Jake from GP Laps, I think he's actually a time traveller, and he's got stuck in the present time, and he's actually just sad that he can't go back to the time that he's from. he's like sad, and he just has to reminisce. That's the only way he can go back to his time period. I think that's what happened. That's what I think is going on. That's the story I choose to believe in my head. Okay. Whoa! So the throttle's a little bit brutal on this. That's because he just likes old cars. Poor guy. Yeah, AMS2 has a lot of good vintage stuff, and then you can also drive with AI, which is not exactly a good thing in many other sims. Hello, Ian. My feet seem heavy. Oh, that. Yeah. It's, I'm wearing very heavy socks. This car is well nice. This is older. Oh dear God. It don't get old. To me, it don't get old. I don't get outside enough. Bloody hell. Timing was a bit off there. This is Road America in Sao Paulo. Look, who are you? What did you call me, Turge? I beg your pardon. Can't believe you'd use such language. It's Mazda 787B. Doesn't this 787C have the turbo on it? Or is this the C? Can't remember. I think one of them has a turbocharger. They were like, we need more power. Why lift your foot when you can turn the wheel the other way? That's what I say. There's some really good recordings of this car in real life. I thought it was competitive, and it got banned. There was reliability issues, but it was ridiculously fast, and then it got banned or something for being too good. It was one of those cars, right? Oh, was it not? What was the Maserati got banned in it? Did the Audi R8 got banned as well or something? Anytime there's a really good car, it gets banned. Yeah, it was fast. This was the Mazda was very fast but ridiculously unreliable. That was my understanding. Go to GP laps. That Jake will know. The MC12 was just ridiculously outperformed everything and was reliable. Different class of car though. That's my understanding. Ask Skywilk. Skywilk will tell you that AMS2 is the best. Yeah. We need to. Well, Turge, if you can't find someone's fingers in a radiator, do you really rally? This is what I was saying to the developers of Assetto Corsa Rally. I was like, why don't you have a finger counting mode where for Group B you have to you have to collect fingers? And Yorkie was like, yeah, no. He was like, oh God, why do I have to talk with you? This stupid face. Yeah, or like beam through the windscreen. Exactly, these classic moments. Can we get out and manually use the throttle? Oh, let's try this. It is, yeah. I've just been. We keep filling with settings and just filling stuff out, seeing what we like. Right, you know this lid thing that was because of the EU, so the lid stays attached. Loads of people complain about that. I think it's amazing because you don't have to hold on to the lid. You just leave it, and then your lid's on the bottle. Why does that annoy people? I think that's to me, that is an innovation of drinks lids. They're like, oh, it's in my face when I'm drinking. So, well, hold it sideways, you idiot. Exactly, you never lose the lid, and the turtle can't suffocate on it. Win-win. Oh shit, we've run out of time. Oh, here we go. A courier's life. He's a lead legend. Give it some welly. What's weird is, I don't like using the gear shift effect on downshift, but on upshift it's alright. I think because it's squeezing you, so when you downshift it's like, it's really aggressive. But on the upshift it's just a nice tug.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, welcome. John the Feeder. Yeah, well, I don't know. I genuinely can't remember what it feels like to gear shift a sequential in a sequential car. Just don't remember it. I know what the back of a car rotating feels like or braking. Just can't remember what gear shift feels like. Here we go. Did anyone do an amazing setup? ATS Middleton. Did you do a setup? Let's get some music on here. Okay, well, we're all good. What tyres do you think we need? Might have to go mediums. Oi. Dr. Longman, can you share the setup, the default again? Because I'm not sure if I've got that. I think I've got a random setup on mine. Can we get caps attached to bottles that won't close properly? That's too long. Well, I'll think about it. Give it some thought. Yeah, I think we put this on Too many mediums for the race, to be honest. I am sliding down my chair. But now we can stop that. You wouldn't have this problem in the bucket seat. Tell you, the worst seats are those bloody, you know, aeroplane seats. I don't get why they're so terrible. Like, I don't understand how you can make seats so bad. They even recline a little bit, but it's totally pointless. You would have thought you could make them not terrible. Here we go. A lot of train seats are awful as well. My legs are too long. I always have to stick my legs down the aisle. Or I end up playing footsie with the person sat in front of me often. What are you doing? I'm 6'2". I know everyone thinks I'm short because my camera is really high up. My camera has to be on top of my monitors. Well, that's it. I actually used a bicycle technique from A Courier's Life there. Pre-charged the engine with my bike pedals like they do on on that cycling exercise thing. Pre-charge at the start. Zwift, that's it, yeah. So what they do, you have like competitive Zwift races, guys. But what people do is they start pedaling before the race starts. So when it starts, the bike's already going, if that makes sense. So stupid. It's so nice to drive. See, I run the force feedback on pretty low, and just whatever's the minimal amount to be able to feel what the car's doing, and to not have the wheel get in the way of your input. This is probably like 8 Newton meters of force. well, when I say force feedback's dull, it's not because it's weak or strong. I'm talking about the dynamic range of the details. So, the more dynamic range there is in a simulator, the lower you can run the force feedback and still feel the details. When you've got something like Race Room and LMU, you have to turn them, you have to crank the strength up. So, and even then you're still not getting more details, you're just getting heavier force feedback. This is the thing. Hello, Channel VR. Went a little bit deep into that. 3 wide! Yeah, they've got good fun throttle. All right, thanks for joining us. Have a good night. Trying to push to get up to the pass, but then end up sliding. These cars are very wide. Oh, he noodled himself on the curb. I've done that in iRacing. Good driving. We're using we got FSR too, but this car's a round wheel. You have to do some pretty big corrections in this car. Smooth faster in everything, really. Sometimes you'd induce slip on purpose to get the angle, but yeah, even then you generally want to be smooth. But then it can be hard to know how much throttle you can get on and get away with. You can still get free content manager, yeah. Just get or pay for shader patch for like $1, and then get the latest shader patch and the latest content manager, and then there you go, sorted. Yeah, some like a Radical SR3. If a driver's not in a bit of slip with that car, they won't be doing fast lap times. It depends on the it depends on the car. Depends on the tyre, temperatures, everything depends on loads of stuff. But if you're playing iRacing, it doesn't depend on anything. If you're playing iRacing, just don't do any sliding at all. Well, you can slide in one direction like a bobsled. There you go, that's it. The old trailblades brake slide. Well done, Wilfalizer. Myself second, Apan third, Freeman fourth, Naito fifth, 77 sixth, Ayla 2 through 7th, Teres 8th, O'Ripper 9th, Johnny Goes 10th. Well done, guys. That was awesome. I need to tweak some settings before I forget. I'm going to reduce the track. I feel like I'm driving an actual car. I don't feel like I'm driving this actual car, but like I feel like we're doing stuff. Turn this down. Well, why would you want it to feel like AMS2? If you want to make it feel like AMS2, make the rear diff, stiffen up the rear ARB as hard as you can, and lock the diff power, make that locked, but then make the diff, make the diff coast locked, And actually well, it doesn't quite work because if you have the diff power locked in AC, you'll rotate around. Basically, you want to you need to turn the car into a hovercraft. Right, let's change track here. Good driving, guys. Yeah, go and play AMS2. You've got good AI in AMS2. Coach James. Coach no BS. Oh dear. Yeah, a lot of cars in. So like, there's a whole bunch of cars in real life have a lock diff. Or not a fixed diff at least. T in capital letters is the password. I'm just going to change settings here. Okay, here we go. Server is up. Nice. Ruben Pang. Okay, look, let me explain what's wrong with Race Beyond Matters setting. I'll just say it, right? If you're playing iRacing where you don't actively balance the car in slip, that setting will probably feel quite good because the steering won't be overactive in force feedback, and you'll end up with a somewhat detached, somewhat neutral steering, which isn't too dissimilar to what a real car steering wheel will feel like. And for iRacing, because you don't drive and balance on the limit, it's not a problem. If you play AC1 or sims where you actively balance the grip, where you'll be doing this with your hands, right, because you'll be actively balancing the grip, if you put inertia on your wheelbase on a very high setting, when you push right, you are going to have to fight the inertia and the delay of that inertia for the correction the other way, right? So what you'll end up doing is fighting against the baked-in inertia of the wheel from the force feedback setting. So it's absolutely a terrible setting to do, and the only reason you would think it felt good is if you're not actually actively balancing cars at the limit and you're driving in an iRacing way of driving. It might feel in many ways more like a real car steering wheel. The wheel won't oscillate, and so yeah, great. However, if you are actually balancing at the limit and you don't want to fight against the force feedback that you've initiated, it's not going to be a very good setting to use. So there you go. So that's, but there you go. That's the pros and the cons. And what I would say to people is, do not bloody just listen to what YouTubers say on wheel settings, unless they say this is what it's going to do, and this is why you may or may not want to do it. and this is the reason why this may or may not work in a certain simulator. So, yeah. There you go. Is so you don't forget what car you're driving. T in capital letters. TEA. You only play iRace at the moment. You do like how it feels, but you're off pay. So to play iRacing, the way you have to drive it is imagine all the cars are a bobsled, and what you do is you imagine that you brake in a straight line. It's normal driving in a sense. Brake in a straight line and then rotate the car on the trail braking, but basically you do it as if it's a fixed trajectory through the corners. If you're driving a bobsled, you don't ever want to do any corrections or anything. You want to have like you're braking in a straight line and then a bit of turn, a tiny bit, and then the trail brake is what's really rotating the car to then hit the apex for you to then get on the throttle.
The pace car is out of control.
And each corner in iRacing will have like one brake point for the ideal line and a fixed steering angle. Yeah, and you need to make sure that you're trail braking with a little bit of margin on the trail brake so that you're not actually over trail braking. So if you feel like you needed to actually tighten the radius with more trail brake, you can do that to a degree, but if you are truly on the limit on that entry, which is where you should be, but you misjudge the brake point, if you then brake harder, the rears will go over, at which point you have to push the brake and the accelerator at the same time, or really aggressively turn the wheel into the corner, because that is what will catch the rear of the car rather than you just unwinding the wheel a little bit in most cases. So but the thing is that is how you drive iRacing, right? That is literally how you drive iRacing. I have not seen any driver coach de facto say that outright, because the moment you explain iRacing like that, which is absolutely how you have to play it, it kind of makes it a bit of a farce to then try and be like, well, do all this, do this, approach it like this. It's like stupid. Yeah, well, brake bias. Well, so this is another reason why brake bias is really, really, really important in iRacing more than other sims. It's important in everything. What you can do is you want to set your brake bias so that when you're braking at the optimal brake point for the corner, for the trajectory, the correct brake bias will mean that when you're braking optimally, the brake bias itself is the thing denoting the amount of trail rotation that you get. So what you'll find is an absolute like very obvious sweet spot for the brake bias, where you're not balancing the vehicle at all. It's just like, well, that's the brake bias for the X amount of force that will make the car go through the corner. So yeah, if you want more oversteer, obviously it's the same thing as other sims with brake bias. It's just really funny how like you break iRacing is a bobsled that is broken down into a really robotic process that does require you to be very smooth on brake and accelerator input, which is quite good, and the car does roll into the corner. It's good that you do have to be smooth, but the tyre response is so slow and drawn out, and it's actually really sloppy once you're actually going through the corner. And you really just don't want to be using your wheel at all, which is like, generally it's faster not to steer with your wheel. Like, it's generally better not to steer with your wheel in lots of cars, but you have one way to drive in iRacing. Shri Babam Verpatal. You can drive any sim like that. That's why people don't notice that it's messed up. You can approach any, you can drive real cars like that as well. It's just that it's one way to drive. It's not the only way. In reality, or like in other sims, it's not the only way to drive. But in iRacing, it's the only way to drive it. Like if you deviate from that, you will be instantly massively slower. So that's just how you have to drive it. There are some little things you can do, like other little tricks, car track dependent, but yeah, that's the crux of driving iRacing. Fixed wheel rotation, fixed wheel angle, trail brake. So yeah, I wish I would like more people to be directly honest about that, but they I don't know why. I don't think people would hate them for saying that. Like, you could say what I've just said without saying that it's bad, because it's not necessarily unrealistic. The unrealistic thing is that you can only really drive in that way, but you can drive like that in real cars if you wanted to. You could do that with singular approach. No, a Skeetster, every car in AMS2 drives the same. They all have the same. Right? Either you're trolling, or I don't know how someone couldn't notice AMS. AMS2 is like the opposite of iRacing, where the cars are super reluctant to rotate on the brakes, but they will rotate massively on the throttle, and they respond to like insane steering input. So that means that you can basically just welly the cars in Automobilista 2 if you want to an absolutely absurd level. To be fair, you can welly real cars quite a bit, but AMS2 is like on the complete opposite scale of like how much how effective a steering wheel is. So the thing with AMS2 is it becomes a chore to drive if you're a good driver, because you're constantly having to do this like wheel stuff that's just annoying. At least with iRacing, if you're a good driver, it's really relaxing because you're just using your pedals. And of course there's differences between cars, but what you'll find in simulators is that there's normally like a meta approach that is that simulator's best way to drive that sim. So like in Race Room, you have to more aggressively drive into the front tyres and then wait for the fronts to hook up. There's no there's no point using the trail braking as much to rotate the car preemptively in Race Room, because you'll lose more pace than if you just plough through the front tyres. So this is where AC1 is so good, is that it's much more neutral in behaviour, so it means you've got much more choice between the pedals and the steering wheel. What was I going to change? Oh, we did change some settings already. Do some laps here. Anyway, the thing is, what you find with these things, there's no point in me saying anything. The people that know will have worked it out for themselves, and they know. There'll be a group of people that are like, they'll be unsure why they're randomly slow in one sim, or they'll be unsure why they find it annoying. They won't be able to know what it is that they're finding a bit weird if they play one sim or another sim, right? So that it's useful for those people. But basically, there's a level of driver that's maybe played a lot of simulators, maybe done a lot of driving, or they're just naturally talented like me, obviously. There's a level of driver where they just get it, right? They'll just understand it, and you don't need to tell them. They'll be like, oh yeah, no, that's just how you have to drive the different simulators. And then there's probably 90% of sim racers that they're so far off balancing at the limit or driving or being at pace in any simulator let alone one simulator, it doesn't matter what you say because they can't connect what's happening in the game with, you know, they're not actually in command of the simulator particularly well, or they might only know one simulator reasonably well. So there's nothing you can say to them. It's like trying to explain you know, it's like trying to explain some like nuances of an instrument or something to someone that doesn't play the instrument. Some people might be able to understand on face value the reasoning you've just said, but if someone has never done that thing, they wouldn't get it necessarily, and they never will. Like, you drive that game because you can't drive. It's not because someone can't drive. It's some games are more forgiving for drivers that have certain levels of skill with certain competencies. So a simulator that you've got more steering authority will allow a driver that has worse pedal input precision to drive better. iRacing is going to be bad for someone that's bad with their pedal control and precision and smoothness on the pedals, right? So that's what I struggled with iRacing. Before I got used to it and before I learned about how stupid you have to drive it, I would really struggle just getting the cars around the track because I didn't realise that you weren't supposed to use the steering wheel like you're meant to do in a real car. Like, you know, it just blew my brain. Like, in my mind, I thought cars, it turns out real cars are like this. They're more like AMS1, AC1, Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally. That every real car I've ever driven is like that, which is not many, but that makes logical sense as well, that a car would be balanced to some degree. But yeah, once you know with iRacing, as I have explained to drive it, it makes sense. You're like, oh, it's a bobsled, okay. I don't like ACC because it's just terrible. I just don't enjoy it. ACC actively makes you do weird, like, I mean, that's a whole nother thing. Well, we'll see. Project Motor Racing comes out in a few days' time. I don't actually know what the meta for Live for Speed is, actually, off the top of my head, because I haven't played Live for Speed properly since I got better at driving. Well, ACC, it's like weird force feedback, and then the cars are kind of on rails, which you can then go over and catch, but you've lost productive grip, so you have to keep snapping the wheel back. And then the braking is like you really lean on the ABS, like massively, really deep into the corner. And I want to be like balancing the rear, so it just does me in. Why would Ben Collins listen to my advice? Ben Collins is he's consulting for that game. Like, I'm not going to say anything that Ben's not ever said. I mean, the developers of Project Motor Racing have a whole load of people giving them feedback. I know, Thomas, it's a lie. The difficulty with Sims isn't that a developer doesn't necessarily know what's right or wrong. It's very hard to make a simulator work correctly. That's the big issue with their Sims. There's another misconception in sim racing is that the developer just needs to be told by a real driver what to do. It's like, no, the developer needs enough time to get their physics model to work, which is just a nightmare. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's always enough people that. Well, I mean, you know, I don't want to go on about iRacing all the time because we always do, but it is weird that most esports guys I talk to that play iRacing at a high level, they know all this stuff. Like, they'll just say it outright. But you know, obviously they're doing esports in it, so it doesn't really matter. They're like, well, that's just how it drives. It's like talking to someone that's a pro Rocket League player or whatever. Yeah, AI doesn't magically help code. That's not how that works. You can't just say to AI, fix this. I know. Well, CKTL. I probably should mention it more, shouldn't I? Really. You know. So it's very common if you're doing esports or you're like a promoter for a game or something. It's really common to have it in your contract that you're not allowed to say anything negative, or you're not allowed to bring the game or the developer into disrepute. So that's just super common. So, like, you see that in Formula 1. The drivers aren't allowed. That's why they don't talk shit about Formula 1 publicly. They're not allowed to as part of their contract. So they'll only do it once they're too big for Formula 1 to sack them. Or, like, you know, for Formula 1 to... There'd be too much blowback for the sporting body to... You know, if they were like, well, Max Verstappen, well, you see it with the swearing thing, right? Contractually, he's not allowed to... You're not allowed to swear or whatever. But obviously, he's so big, and he thinks that's stupid, that there's a lot of political backlash from that contractual thing, so then it might not necessarily, in reality, pan out, you know. It's just how those things work. Yeah, so AI is really good if you know what you want to do. You're already competent at a thing, and the AI is being used as a tool to do grunt work for the boring, repetitive stuff that doesn't, you know. Or to, like, scan through a lot of data. Or to interact with something that's got a lot of options and you don't necessarily know exactly what those options are called, and the AI could work out what the implied option setting would be. Hello, Zorgmeister. Actually, iRacing has the best AI at the moment, funnily enough. Oh, I need a pee. This is a bad... it's a downside with this belt tensioner. If you need a pee, you're going to need to go for a pee, because otherwise it's going to squeeze it out of you. Oh, I peed myself. But yeah, good luck needing the loo with the belt tensioner on. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, let's go.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
It's broken. Oh, it's a bug. It's a bug on this track. It's because I went to get a cup of tea. Do one quality. Hang on. Oh no, we need to restart. Game of God. I've not got my seatbelt on. The marshals hadn't finished scrutineering. We got to do. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. It's been fun racing this. We're getting well good at putting harnesses on. How many times we put a harness on today? Harness man. Right, here we go. You ready? I am. Yeah. Oh, what are you doing? Harnessed. Yeah, it's actually alright. It's quite comfy. It's like a weighted blanket. Penny spent. Also, I made a cup of tea. Yeah, this harness is terrible. Like, if you just slightly need a pee, you're like, every time you break, it's like, ugh. Where's he going? I was reading about moss recently and how apparently in like olden times they would use moss as a like an absorbent, and they put it in their underwear for like if you were to pee yourself and stuff. Like dry moss is like super absorbent. There you go. Yeah, like those harnesses, yeah, that you put on animals to keep them calm. It's like a human version of that, but with a racing simulator. Oh no, carnage. Oh, got bloody hiccups. It's possible, Thomas. Yeah, you've been nice and relaxed. I have found this seatbelt tension does make me focus better as well. I thought the modern toilet was thanks to Thomas Crapper. Yeah, we've just got 4-point harness on this. I don't think you need 5-point though. It's probably better to have fewer points if it works, just because it's the more points you have, the more annoying it is to plug in every time. Why do you just keep going on about bloody AMS2? What is wrong with you? Oh dear. Bloody non-stop AMS2 shillery. I hope you've been paid. Well, I have a memory, so I can remember what it was like not playing with them. Where's he going? Glorious seventh here. Emotional. I'm enjoying them, yeah. It's good fun.
Full send. Nice trees on this, yeah. Some 3D trees here as well. Crazy. Oh no! Disaster. I need to plug my tactile transducers back in as well, actually. That'd be nice. Woo! It's just a rumbler. Well, I mean, yeah, it's more of just a speaker, isn't it? But it gives you a tactile transduction. Transduces me tactilely. Mate, well, until you try it, you don't know. Could be all the thing. Exactly, don't knock it till you try it. Or don't transduce it until you should transduce it. catching here. We'll get a podium, don't worry.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh no, who's this? Porter Racing, thanks for subscribing there. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Poor guy. Another victim. We got fourth. Ryan the Afroraptor ponying it again. First place. Oliver second. GTR third. Keith in fourth. Myself fifth. Freeman a sixth. Ayla Tufu seventh. Yosun eighth. Chedhead ninth. M Wheeler 10th. Well done, guys. Woo! I need a biscuit. A cup of tea. Woo! What do we do now? I need to test flight sim out with this. Do people want to do more racing? How long have we been playing AC for? 6 hours! Bloody hell. Apparently this belt tensioner is also a time accelerator. I didn't notice we've been playing for 6 hours. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Maybe I get more immersed with this and I forget to. That's what happens to me with VR. Put a VR headset on and I'm like, oh, I've just done a 10-minute game. 4 hours later. It's all telemetry driven, yeah. Ooh! My belts are being tensioned. They said this would make me thinner. It does make you look thinner because it's pulling all my belly fat in. Yes! The ultimate weight loss device. That's how they should sell it. Although it looks like I've got breasts here. I mean, I kind of do, but... It's the ultimate weight loss. It's making me nipples... It's tensioning my stomach. I actually do have like lines on my shoulder from where it's dug in. It's quite comfy though. Yeah, we're gonna try it in flight sim. I think we'll do some flight sim now and chill out because it is like 12. It's been good racing though, guys. We could try a flight sim with this. We got Jurassic Park to fly around, but maybe we'll do that another time. So we try this with flight sim. Ooh, let's have a biscuit first. It's not actually that uncomfortable.
The pace car is out of control.
I thought it'd be less comfortable than it is. Oh no. Oh, there we go. I thought my magnet had messed up. Whew. Right. Ooh, I'll get a biscuit. Let's get this. Is my joystick working? I think we unplugged it. Let's see. Oh no! Whoops. Just accidentally unplugged my whole USB. Everything. So much stuff plugged in. Okay, it's just that the power cable's not plugged into it. Let's have a look here. We have so many devices. I don't know what is what. Alright, it's plugged in. Oh, maybe it's just turned off. Oh, it was just... it was just turned off. I'm just like checking all my cables and USB because I'm like, why is it not on? Oh, it's because it has to be turned on for it to work. So it's funny how that's how devices work. Alright. I'm going to try and do flight sim. I wonder if there's updates for this. No. You're welcome. I need to get the Orbex software installed. Or maybe I have already. What was it? Oh, a seatbelt. I've not added it to my account. Unless they have. Let's see. I've logged into the wrong account. Oh well, we'll let's go into flight sim here. Be interested to see what the seatbelt tension is like in flight sim.
Activating Profile Flight Simulator 2024.
Wow, okay. It's auto-loaded. Here we go, we've got G effects. We need cup of tea effects. Strap in. Oh no, I forgot to put my rudder pedals on. Oh dear. That's a huge error. We're gonna have to unstrap. Oh, hello. My joystick's wobbling. My joystick's having a right wobble. Well, we can start in the air, then we won't need rudders. Yeah. Oh well. Not a bad way to go. Oh, we've got some nice mountains here. We can just fly around here, can't we? Let's take off here. Or we'll just start in the air. Oh no, we need to pick a different aircraft. This is a 6-hour intro. That was amazing though. Well, let's see what happens here. I'm not being seat belted. Oh, it is. It is. It's very subtle. Maybe we can turn it up. Let's do it for like G-forces. Okay, we do positive G. Oh, that's good. Whoa! It's well good. Well, because the glide is what I like flying, so. That's crazy. The left and right tugging depending on which way you're turning. So as I turn right, the left of my left shoulder is tightening up. If I turn left, the right shoulder tightens up. What you really want is both of them to still apply, though, to some degree. Ugh! Okay. Do that. Bloody hell. Not sure why that. It's basically taking the actual direction of flight for the G, which is it's interesting. Thing is, it's kind of back to front. Because if you were to pull up in a real plane, you're pushed into your seat, so the seat belts will get lighter. Whereas if you're pushed out of your seat, i.e. you go down like that, that's when you'd be pushed into your seat belts. So you might actually do it back to front to how it actually is. Well, yeah, it depends. Whoa! It depends how you look at it. It depends if you're treating it literally or if you're treating it in an abstract sense. Because literally, it's only 2 axes, so in a literal sense, all it can really do literally is braking, so it tightens the seatbelts on you when you brake because your body wants to go forwards as the vehicle slows down. And then if you were to go down in a plane, that's negative G, so then that could pull down on you as well, because it gives you even though it's pulling backwards, it also feels like it's pulling down as well because of the angle of it. So it depends where you angle the seatbelts as to where the force is coming from. So what you could do with having is like a sort of texture, like a texture effect for the air, just like a general air vibration-y effect. The CFD, you can put that on, but it's not very useful in flight sim. Yeah, you could do with doing some more like... Hang on, we can have road harshness. We need like an air harshness. That'd be nice. Because air never feels totally smooth, like it's, you know, you get a little bit of vibrations. Like, I think the way they've set this up is if you were flying an aircraft. It's got an engine. There's no engine on this, so... Well, I mean, there is actually, but it's... It's quite good. It's good for acceleration and deacceleration, though. Quite interesting. Yeah, this car's very floaty. It's very strange. It's interesting. It needs like an additional rumble type thing. Just for the air, like a rumble texture, like air harshness. The thing is, if you're going up, again, the plane would be pushing you upwards. So it's only really if you went down like this, you're then getting negative G, and then you'd feel that in your harness. Not sure why this is giving a... Oh, maybe it's just deaccelerating. Oh, hello! Jason Murphy. Thank you. It's because we're deaccelerating, that's what's causing that. What we want is a negative G as well. Double. It's got mental. Yeah, it's nice and chill. Yeah, I think it could do with some more effects for flight sims, like wind buffeting from the landing gear going down. Yeah, it's probably about as flat friendly as you could get, to be honest. It's pretty quiet. Like it's, you can also make it so it's not doing more vibrations, it's more G-force. And you could isolate the vibrations it does a bit more from the rig, maybe a bit better than other stuff. Oh, yeah, way less worse than the wheel. I mean, if anything, the same as a wheel. You tend to have harsher vibrations with a wheel. Yeah, Orbex was meant to be sending me the Jurassic Park thing, but they haven't sent it to me, so I don't know what's going on there. But this is Japan. It is out, but Orbex, I wanted to get it for free. So Orbex said they'll send it, but they just haven't got around to it. They've probably got better things to do. We should try doing a glider flight across all of Japan. You're not allowed to have fun. I just turned up. We're just doing flight sim. We're testing out flight sim with this seatbelt thing. And we're just in Japan. We're quite far away from Suzuka. Suzuka's just east, what, on the coast. southeast of Fuji, Mount Fuji, which is south of Tokyo. It's really nice. Gliders are fun because with gliders, you can set the weather like this. So underneath the clouds there'll be thermals normally that lift the glider up, but you also have the whatever direction the wind's blowing in, the hills that it's hitting against, the wind goes up on hills, so you look for hills to then fly to get lift from. And this is a mod glider, it's a really good one. You see the arrow there, that's the direction. The mouse cursor on the screen is the direction of wind. And they're just nice. It's just pleasant. There's a website. If you just type in glider weather presets, it should come up, and you can just download a text file, and it has all the loads of presets that are good for gliding, from easy to hard settings. And then the latest update to Microsoft Flight Sim, they finally got the synchronized weather working. So if you all start at the same time with the same weather in multiplayer with your friends, you'll all have the same weather, so you can do a multiplayer flight with your friends in the same conditions. Flying's easy, really. Well, the mechanical part of flying the aircraft is really easy. The hard part of flying is communicating and being aware, and it's stuff that you don't do in a flight sim, really. So flying planes are very easy to fly compared to driving sims. A lot easier. Little landing strip here, look. It's got some gliders on it. We can land there. I don't have my rudder pedals though, so yeah, planes are. You have to think of a lot of planes are designed to be effectively like cars. You know, they're not like crazy. Some planes are like race cars and stuff, but most light aircraft are basically it's like doing cruising. It's literally, in fact, flight sim is basically assetto corsa cruising, but in the air. It's what it is. Oh, this is working. Last time we did this, it was broken. I'm using my rudder pedals to steer. Yeah, we just land now. That's pretty good. Oh, that's cool. That's working well. The way the like bumps and stuff and landing is really good on this thing. With the deacceleration effect, what it needs is, the problem is the braking is over the top for when you're losing speed. If you can you imagine, like, if you're climbing in an aircraft and you're losing speed, the G-force is pulling you back because you're like, G-force is down here, the plane tilts up, you're getting 1G backwards, right? So you're not going to feel the deacceleration because you're minusing 1G off the deacceleration, so you wouldn't notice it. But what you would notice, if you're going G's down here, flying along like this, fly up, you know, you'll be experiencing the G like that. If you pull down, you will notice that this G-force starting to go this way. You would notice that and you'd be pushed into your seatbelts, which requires this to pull down. The problem is this is pulling down from you deaccelerating. So what they need to do, somehow it needs to decouple. Like, it does have a positive G. The thing is, the G-force thing's really good when you're accelerating and braking using the engine. It's just not, it doesn't work properly in the glider. You wouldn't, in a normal aircraft, it's not like a glider. Like, you wouldn't be going to, you'd always have a certain amount of acceleration, so it'd be different. You can do negative and positive G on this though. We could make this over the top. So it will override the other thing. G, 5G, 5G is a lot of negative G in a glider. You normally don't want to be pulling 5G negative G. Like if you spell, like, this thing is with G-force as well, like Nemesis at Alton Towers is like 2.4G. 5G is very uncomfortable. Braking in a Radical SR3 is like 3.5, 4G. Also, like, you don't experience G-forces. G-forces could increase linearly. You know, like 2G is twice 1G, but the way the body works, 2G feels 3 times as bad as 1G. 3G feels like 4 times as bad as previous, and like it gets worse and worse, and then there's like a threshold. I think it's around about 6, 7G. That's where people's bodies just like go like can't take it. It depends in what angle as well. So like a G-force pushing upwards, so like if you were going down, that messes you up really badly. But G-force pulling you down, your body's evolved to deal with 1G, so you know your body's better at dealing with that. But in terms of settings, then it's like you kind of want to emulate that exaggeration. Try that. We need to get the tactile transducers on. I learned this from a documentary. I learnt it from lots of stuff. I used to watch loads of stuff about planes when I was younger. Yeah, I haven't been in oh no, I have actually, but I've not. I think the most amount of G's I've ever experienced probably in a race car. They definitely, what they need in this is a, like, not a turbulence effect, but like an air, like a road texture, but when you're in the air, like in if you're flying, you have turbulence that is like pushes you around, but there's like micro turbulence. There's like just general. Well, sometimes the conditions are completely perfect and it's really weird and it's totally smooth, but normally it's not. And so there's like a little bit of, you know. There's a little bit of like, you know, because the wings aren't perfect. There's stuff buffering on them and like stuff flapping around, stuff vibrating, and you feel that. Ah, so that's good. That's much better. It's a little bit slow to start though. Oh, this is pretty cool though. I was thinking when I was having a pee, I was thinking that you could make a really awesome like roller coaster ride with a VR headset and just this as like a parachute thing, like an experience. You're like thrown out of a plane or something in the plane seat, and you just have like motion ring with this, and then you have to like pull a cord or something to pull the parachute, and then this would go doosh, and it would probably feel really good, I reckon. Some of the stuff you have in theme parks is so shit and like sold as if it's really good, and you're like, it wouldn't take much to do an actual good job. I think what we need to do is put make the some kind of thing that's smooth that it can run over. Yeah, the straps are moving. I don't know how we could display it on the screen more clearly. Yeah, they're like pull. So it's a change in the load, but I don't know. If we film the straps at the back, I'll tell you what. I need to. We need to get my transducers working, so we'll do that. Got my belly out here. I'll put the camera behind, and you'll be able to see. Oh no! This is the problem. Too many cables. Oh, it's good fun. Tea time. Cheers, everyone. Well, you do have those little VR centres. There's one in the cinema near me, and I was chatting to the person that worked there, and they were saying they get quite a few people, and it's super expensive. It's like £5 for a go on a ride. It's like, well, hang on. I never got that with some experiences and things. where so I understand renting something if it's an object that you don't want to be burdened with because it's too big, and you know, so you're renting it not because it's good value for money, it's because you literally don't want to own the object, right? So like I like renting a race car or doing that sort of thing. It's like, yeah, it's expensive, but you don't want to own a car or like a kayak, for example. So there's a river near me. It's like £100 to rent one canoe for the day, right? Which is a lot of money because you can buy a canoe for £300, or well, those canoes that they use probably like £400. But most people don't want to, you're paying for the convenience that they've got canoes there, and you don't want to own a kayak, right, necessarily. So that makes sense. But what doesn't make sense to me is when you've got like a VR experience and they're using like a Quest 3, and it's like £5-10 a go, so you'd easily spend like £30-40. It's like, you might as well just buy a Quest. You might as well just buy the VR headset yourself, I wouldn't. Well, the problem is, Loose Will, I wouldn't risk people coming into my house. Like, I guess you could. It depends where you live, but like, you get insurance. I already pay so much for insurance. Christ Almighty, I spend like £60, probably more. I'm not even talking about like home insurance and stuff, like business insurance. It's like, oh God. I'm so paranoid. I have insurance for like so much stuff because I don't know. I'm definitely too insured. But yeah, here we go. Let's get this on here. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want random people. It depends on your house, doesn't it? If you had like an outdoor shed or something, or like a separate thing, it would be all right. It depends what area you're in as well. Like, if you live in a really nice area. Not really. Well, I do have a degree of insurance on equipment, but not that much. I'm talking about like legal insurance and what have you. In case you accidentally broke someone's arm or something, or I don't know. Yeah, no, that's you're just talking about house insurance and stuff. I'm talking about business insurance. Right. Transducers. Whatever have you insurance. I'll tell you what, I'm going to plug this in so I don't need my headset on. Yeah, you thing is, you just factor these things in as a business cost, and then you make sure that when you're charging for stuff, you make sure it covers the that's why stuff costs more. That's where you get people going. They're like, why is this so expensive? And it's like, well, okay, the fuel, insurance, the travel time, everything. You're like, actually, unfortunately, it makes a lot of things quite expensive. Let's see if we can get this working. Yeah, but you only get 20% off, so you're still buying. This is like a really common misconception. We keep saying, when you do something as a business, even though you might not pay tax on that thing, if it's tax deductible, you've still spent the money. So, like, okay, as an example, let's say you have £1,000. If you spend that £1,000 on a graphics card, you don't, just because it's tax deductible doesn't mean that you got the graphics card for free. You still spent like £800. It's going to depend on the specific rate and everything, but like, you spent the money. You could have spent it on something else. Could have gone on a holiday or something where you might have had to spend the whole £1,000, but you were doing something you wanted to do. So that's the thing. It's like, great. To be fair, if your business is something you enjoy, that's definitely a big bonus for sure. Like, great, that is really good. That is a massive bonus of doing work that you enjoy. But for sure, you're going to end up spending a lot of money on stuff you don't enjoy, even when you're doing stuff you do enjoy. Hello, Buckle. How's it going, guys? You'd rather have the GPU than a holiday. Well, I mean, ideally you make enough money that you can do both. I haven't had a holiday for like 7 years. I mean, I'm not complaining because I really enjoy my work and what I do, and even something like Sim Racing Expo, which is work. I really enjoy it. Like, oh, thank you. Let's do a little. So I really enjoy it. I really enjoy it. But it feels a bit like a holiday. Even when I'm going, just when I go abroad, I feel like I should probably actually have an actual holiday, to be honest. Probably. It's not good for your health, I think, to not actually do a holiday. Like, but then I would find it stressful. I would find it stressful having to not do anything. I always did in the past. Bluetooth mode. PC mode. We'll put this here for now. See if it works. Got my transducers. Where would I go? I really want to go snorkeling, and I want to do some walking. I've got some friends I'd like to visit in Germany as well, but I'd like to go snorkeling somewhere warm. I might go to Palma or something next year. Not Palma. What's that? The Canary Islands. I might try and. Yeah, I might try and do that. This will just vibrate annoyingly. Oh no. Well, let's just see if it works. Snorkeling to Germany. Well, we wouldn't do the snorkeling in Germany. Your Bluetooth device is all connected with a successful way. What's funny is she says something in like a Chinese English voice, and then says something in a really posh British voice. It's like I think It's like Bluetooth mode, and then it's like PC mode. Right, see what this transducers are working. Oh yeah, I have a bug. One of my I don't need that on actually. One of my Alexa devices. She talks when I tell her to turn some things off, she says it. She says it in an Australian accent, but everything else is in English. If I ask her to do other stuff, it's English, but if I tell her to turn things off, she goes Australian. Doesn't make any sense. It's really weird. I think it's because I changed the language a few times and then it's got stuck. But I find it funny. Oh, here we go. New version of SimHub's available. Let's get that. Oh. Oh, we didn't click install. Okay, we're installing. Oh. Siri's gone psychopathic. I use those voice things as like they're supposed to be like advanced AI that you can do with loads of stuff, and they literally I just use them as a light switch. Basically, that's all it is. It controls all the plugs. Here we go. This should. There we go. Yeah, the problem is this is vibrating my ass. Not my pedals. It's going through the whole rig and then vibrating my ass. That's not right. It's the resonant frequency of my butt cheek. Oh my god. Okay. So that's stuck pretty hard. Well, shit. This has come off. Oh, that's okay. Fine. We do have to glue that back on. See what this does. Oh, we've run out of battery. No battery. Bloody cables everywhere. Right. One of my transducers is broken and I don't know why. Ow. Hang on, go get some tape. have a cunning plan. I'm gonna zip tie or Velcro tie the transducer to my middle pedal. Well, that's not moving. Let's try this. It's Colin. Whew. Why is my chair vibrating? It's a shame this cubic seatbelt tensioner doesn't work with SimHub. Or can you add it to SimHub? Not that their software's bad, but... Whew. How come you're still awake, Matt? What are you doing? You fool! Oh yeah, we need to make something that allows the belts to slide even better. Basically, you just need just a curved surface.
I don't think I have anything. Yeah, the inserts it comes with are too big for my chair. It's really designed for bucket seats. This is not really a bucket seat. It's amazing how well it works with this, to be honest. Oh no. Yeah, the problem is you have to tactile transducers. You have to attach to something quite hard, otherwise it tends to vibrate. Oh well, let's see what this is like. You can you can see them cramped down on their chair. Not that clear, the movement. Yeah, not sure how clear that is. Don't know how we'll film this to convey to people. Maybe we could put like a spring on it or something. Hang on, why is SimHub not working with my... What's this about? Oh, let's restart it. Oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, put put a squishy thing in it. We're pretty funny. All right. Yeah. Hope you have a good night. Very peaceful. Thanks for subscribing. Seems a little bit delayed, the downward G. Wonder why. Might pull when we go upside down. Don't know, let's see. Should do actually if we've got negative G. Yeah, it is. It's a bit abrupt though. Negative GM, yeah. Oh shit, that's not good. Oh. That's how you die in a glider. Okay. This works quite well doing this here. Well, we didn't die. That's pretty good settings. We need to get the transducer on the bottom. The pedal was shit. We need to put it somewhere else where it'll vibrate our feet. Maybe on the throttle pedal be nice. But it'll vibrate the throttle pedal. Oh man, God, we've had so bad insomnia recently. I just feel weird. I can't tell if I'm tired or not. So bad. At least we're getting fun stuff done. It's all about the transducers. Life is but a transducer. I feel like if we put this on here, it's just going to shake the shit out of this, but we can try it. Let's see. Ugh. I think everyone should just get a wheel on the desk. anything after that is just too far. What, you know what I mean? Wheel on the desk is fine. The thing with the harness as well is it does have that added immersion of you would wear a harness. Yeah, great for the channel. Well, not really. It's great for live streaming because I normally make videos when I'm not tired. Yeah, like in real life you'd be wearing a harness in a glider, and in a car you'd be wearing a harness. And even if you don't have a harness, even if it's not an active harness, being strapped into a sim rig does give you the sense of being strapped into a car. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a sensation of being strapped into something. It's like the difference between a go-kart. It feels terrible because you're not strapped. I mean, obviously that you're moving around, you're not strapped in, but like just even if you're parked, being strapped in feels a certain way, right? I don't like go-karts. They don't make sense to me. I see. Pure VTES.
The pace car is out of control.
Pure VTES. Très Grand VTES. You need another seatbelt tensioner that pulls the other way. No, well, it was because of Expo that I got them, in the sense that Cubic reached out to send them to me a while ago, but I don't like adding stuff to the sim rig. I don't like adding expensive stuff to it. And but I used them at a trade show, and I was like, oh, in terms of, this was last year actually, I used them at Sim Racing Expo and Sim Formula, and I was like, oh, actually these are really quite good. So I was like, oh yeah. And then we just didn't have, I was doing so much live streaming and other videos, I just couldn't really fit anything else in for review And then also I changed. Now I test stuff whilst I'm live streaming. So it means, you know, I can basically. I don't make enough money from live streaming to like to like not to be just doing live streaming. But if I combine the testing of stuff with the live stream, then it just about works. So yeah, in short, I liked it. They wanted to send it to me. I tried it. I knew it was good, and then now I could fit it into what I'm doing. So we can also do like reviews as well as testing stuff and what have you. So it's a lot easier if you just do reviews, right? Well, you can. I think this as well. I would understand if a company's reluctant to have you test stuff live, because you can have random problems that aren't that. They're not that company's fault. Like, the product can be fine, you know. And then it is a little bit unfair to a business when you're like, oh look, here's 5,000 people seeing this random error, which can then give the impression that something's terrible when it isn't necessarily. So it's just a case of that as well. You know, there's a whole mixture of these things to consider. It's been bought by Cubic and Moser. That's it. Sold out. I really want to get a V&M wheelbase to test. Oh, hello. Jason Murphy. He's bugging out. He's on our Patreon. Like, I wish I sold out more. I could have made so much money, but I'm happy with how we're doing, so it's all good. Complete channel. Yeah, well, the thing is, this is what I actually have a lot of respect for, like Dan Suzuki, and you know, like, not. So the thing is, I'm not knocking channels that just review stuff, because it's a total pain in the ass, and they do offer a good service. Just using something for a bit, trying it out, going through it, compare it to the other products that channel's reviewed. That's quite a pain in the ass process. You know, it's a job. It is legit work, right? So I'm not knocking that, but I definitely do think there's a separate thing where you have, you know, like Dan Suzuki. I think it's pretty good. He will use stuff for a long period of time, and he's actually using it based off his thing. It's kind of what I try and do as well. It's like, that's why I'm reluctant to have products that I wouldn't personally use, you know. Thanks, Mr. Jimmy.
Gamer 5 belt.
Unfit for duty. Not again. This always happens. We're always unfit for duty. So yeah. But I also, yeah, too much of a force feedback tart. Yeah. Why are we flying sideways here? We've got so much side slip. What's going on? Why have we got so much side slip? I think they might have changed the physics in this a bit. Look at that. We're actually having to use the rudder pedals properly. I think that was broken before. Or maybe it's just because we're flying so slow. Oh shit. I think we hit that. If that was real life, we would have been dead. Oh, I need to plug the belt tensioner directly into my PC USB. I feel like there's a little bit of delay in it. I'm not sure. Oh, we're kind of stuck here. Well, we're totally trapped here. Not really, but I tried 0.4 and it seemed a lot better on the simulators that I tried it on. Seemed a lot better, so I'm looking forward to that. That was good actually, because I really want like a new sim that drives well. Like I think that's the thing. I think it's pretty obvious that that's the case. Like I want the games to be good, right? It's not my benefit for them to be rubbish, because I actually enjoy them. Hang on, the string's pointing straight ahead, which means we're not flying in slip, but then we are flying in slip. I don't get what's going on here. This might be broken. Oops. Unless I've accidentally pulled some kind of like yaw thing. So you see the string in front of us? That's flying straight above us. It means that we're flying in. But look, you can see I'm flying sideways. You can see the hillside. I mean, don't know what's going on here. Yeah, glider's misaligned. Maybe I messed some setting up on this glider. There's no like. It's a mini inflatable guy, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the wind is pushing from the left, so maybe it makes sense actually. Like we are being pushed forwards and sideways because that's the direction of the wind. Like you, maybe that's right. I'm not flying. I'm flying in the. I'm going where the wind's pushing me, right? So that would be across the terrain, so it will feel like I'm flying sideways. That's why you have the string. You have the string there because then you know, like, if I start flying this way, you know, I'm not flying coordinated. But that's what you'd have to do if you wanted to follow the terrain. But it's less efficient. So it could just be the wind blowing us. Just feels really weird. it's winter now, so we won't be able to do any glider flying. But I think next year we'll definitely put it on our cards to do a real wheel glider flight, just like a tandem one at least. I mean, it could be fun. I mean, maybe doing like a full glider course. The thing is, it costs like a few grand, but we could like. I don't think it'll work as a live stream, but you could do videos of it. It could be fun. I don't think our viewers would be that interested in it though. Like, they're not interested in race cars, real race cars. They're only interested in simulators. So we'd have to keep relating it back to Sims. There's no way that it would pay for itself. I mean, if we died, it'd be funny. There's that. I mean, I don't know how you could. I'm not sure if you can make it appeal to flight simmers. Well, you could. There's different content you could do, like, you know, how does it compare? Blah blah blah. People generally aren't that interested though. That's the weird thing. You'd think they would be, but really they don't care. Most people that most people, when it comes to content with Sims, they just want to know, is this new Sim something that I'll enjoy? Which, it's understandable. Like, that's why they're watching the content. They're like, oh, I can play this, I can do it, so I'm interested to find out more about it. The problem with gliding and stuff, no one can afford to do it, so then the different category would be people that like to look at nice imagery and like travel and that kind of thing, but it's a completely different audience. Akamarka, sorry to hear that. That sounded like a title for a YouTube video though. I had a glider lesson. 2 weeks later, my instructor died. That's a clickbait title. So you could turn tragedy into something positive there. The instructor crashed, but he didn't die in the crash. He died of old age, which is very common for glider pilots. Like, glider pilots in like general aviation, so many people are like 60 plus years old. Well, yeah, it does seem like a lot of people unfortunately crash in gliders. Why is it a stuff up? Because humans aren't designed to be in groups of people more than 200, so it breaks everything. We've been too successful, so we haven't actually been a stuff up. Biologically speaking, humans have been way too successful. That's the problem. Oh, okay. Well, I guess the loop not successful. Did he not realise? Did the wings fall off, or was he just too low? I wouldn't want to do stunt flying in a glider myself. I think we're just going to land in one of these fields here. I still don't understand why we're flying sideways. It's got to be. Let's see if it's the wind. If we fly over here, we'll see if we straighten up. The wind behind us. Oh yeah, I think it was just the wind. We're gonna land him on these fields. Rice paddies. They're not as flat as they looked. Ah! He puts a hole in a bloody field like that. Oh, road! Oh. Okay. That transducer can't go on that wood board because that's really annoying. They did actually improve the tire model in this, joking aside. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to mount it on that with the zip tie. Yeah, that was one of the big improvements in Microsoft Flight Sim. Was that they actually... In Flight Sim 24, the tyre model's a lot better. It has better friction behaviour. Ironically, though, it does mean that some planes can't take off towing a glider because there's too much friction. Well, that's on there. Well, in theory, that should work. Let's see. Theory is different from practice, but... Oh. Oh yeah, I might try Wreckfest, actually. Oh, I could do it. I'll get another cup of tea, maybe. Hope everyone's alright. It's been really fun today. Almost just twatted my head on the ceiling then. That was close. 2 mil gap there. Felt the little hair I had touch the ceiling. Right, let's see if this works better. Get a good technique on this. It turns out if you lift the bottom belt up, it's easier to get the seat in the right place. Get the buckles on. Let's look for somewhere where we can land quickly. Yeah, let's try flying upside down again. You got 2 or 3s in Bathurst in ACC. ACC is torture. I don't know how you can play that. It did work, yeah. Oh, damn, my speed brake's on full. I don't think I've ever seen people gliding in Japan. Maybe they have really strict air rules. Pretty good view, isn't it? Look at that. A little bit like, it's a little bit more itty bitty. Norway tends to be much bigger hills. Right, let's go upside down and see what happens with the. That actually works really well. Oh, I'm being held into my harness. That's actually pretty good. Well, I have flown over Norway in flight sim, which is photographic terrain, so there are different hills in Norway to Japan. It's different geography. You don't have to be a Norwegian to know that the hills look slightly different. I'm sure there are parts of Norway that look like this, though. I mean, like, parts of Switzerland look a bit like this. Not really where you see how the water is down the bottom. That's quite different. Like, parts of the Alps have this kind of the same sort of stuff here. Yeah, it depends where you are in country. There are like different mountain ranges. You don't look like the general fjords though. They tend to be a bit smoother. We have done loose wheel. We did a pretty good flight a while back. don't think there's mental typical Norwegian xenophobia. I don't think there's many hills in Antarctica. Almost died. Try and land here. There's a field there. We'll land. We'll land in that. Oh, there's not much room, is there? Oh no! Oh, here we go on this bank. There we go. We're going to land on that river bank. Perfect. Why is my landing gear not working? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a bit of bank before the bridge. Closer than I was expecting. River! Skimmed across the river. No, back in the river! The brakes aren't working. Oh, we're in the river. Water landing. Oh, we're floating. Oh, that's nice. Row, row, row the glider gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 gliding like a dream. We're now boating. We take the landing gear up. It's good that it floats. We're just bobbling up and down on the water. Whee! Oh my goodness. Think we can take off? Hang on. Oh, it won't start. It's blocked. Oh, it's broken. It's not a boat. Sounds like a boat. Right. Can I burp? I could do, but I tend not to. My hiccups are normally not hiccups. We should try a fighter jet. Let's take off from Gatwick. We'll do a fast jet at night. It's probably look really cool. Obsessed with bloody Antarctica. Oh, A10 Warthog. Let's try this. Oh, this could be interesting. Whew. It should do. They have most of the glide clubs. Oh dear.
Gatwick Tower, GM7 Bravo Alpha India 3615. Ready for straight out departure at runway 08 right.
Why the pedals? Okay, it's just not. Oh my god. Left to London. I think they are going to give us a key for the rally game at some point. I'm not in a rush, to be honest. I like playing stuff when it comes out available to everyone. There does seem to be a delay in downward G's. Maybe there's just a delay in the device. Maybe I need to plug it into my PC directly. Alright, naked dogs, thanks. Oh, there's London. I told the guys at that company that it's not really worth sending me one because I don't use H pattern that much. And I mean, there's not really much more that I can say than what I said in the video we did, you know. So it's nice, but I mean, I don't use HPAT, and I mean, how long do you need to use it for to understand what it's like? Do you know what I mean? So. Seem really good for what it is. But yeah, there's no point in me having it unless I'm going to use it, right? It's a waste of everyone's money and time. Hang on. I think it's the lateral. Ah. No. Not sure why that's. This is over London. the Millennium Dome here, then EDXL Centre. Way too fast. Oh. We were landing it way too fast there. Exactly. I know. Absolutely just... I mean, that was the tire model's fault. Clearly just overheated and turned off. Way too fast. Oh, bloody hell. Frame rate just Oh. Oh my god, got the brakes on. Oh, that's good. The parking brake. That's actually not bad. That's really cool, the parking brake. There's some aspects of the forces, like for the G forces, that don't quite seem right. Where, like, the deacceleration in the air, it needs more settings to separate out the deacceleration forces from the vertical forces. Because you kind of want the G-force, but only basically for like a bit of the roll and a bit of like if you go upside down, and then mostly braking. But it's got like a G-force thing. But then what happens is when you pull down, it's delayed, and then it goes up, and then you brake, and then it's in between. And it's fighting. The forces are fighting each other. I need to try plugging it directly into my PC because I feel like there's a bit of delay, which is not too bad for some things, but it feels a bit lacking in response. It could be a setting as well rather than delay, but it feels like it's a little bit lacking in response. Let's have a look. See if we can plug this into. Sometimes USB hubs have a bit of lag to them. That's true. I've not flown this plane in real life before to know exactly what the I mean, God knows what an A10 Warthog would feel like in real life. It'd be insane. But it... That's a good point, actually. It's more about internal consistency, isn't it, really? Not about it being literal, but it's like... Does it generally make sense that you would get a response and this kind of feeling or whatever? Oh dear, I need a PC with more USB ports. Holy shit, there's a lot of 5090s cooking. What? See if that's better response. Is my DD wheel plugged into the PC directly? Oh my god, we have so many cables, guys. Fuck, Christ almighty, it's ridiculous. It's impossible to tell which cable is which. Bloody hell. Companies should bundle their equipment with different coloured cables. Or like a cable that's black but with their logo on it or something. go. And what on earth is this plugged to? One of these is a USB hub. I think it's a thick cable. What's this thin cable go to? What on earth would I plug? Random thin cable to? Oh, God. I'm going to have to do a whole rewiring again, which I really don't want to do. At least Microsoft Flight Sim fixed the pedal input thing in an update they've done, which is nice. I'll take it. We'll take the positives whilst we can. Whoa! What was that disconnected? Oh, we'll never know. Hang on. We're not using this. Oh, it's probably the joystick. So plug this into there. Bloody hell, there's so much heat coming off this 5090. It's insane. It's like an air dryer. Right. I'm just going to get a cup of tea. I'll be back in a second. Hope everyone's doing good. Those of you that are still here. The late night crew. Right, back in a minute.
Okay, let's go.
got a sandwich. Ooh. Oh, bloody hell. Running. Okay, we're good. Oh no, we just changed settings for the jet plane rather than the glider. Oh well. How do you know when you've gone too far with simulator stuff? When is it that you've really gone too far? I think seatbelts is too far. Oh no, loose wheel, you idiot. Yeah, why would you be on Twitch? You fool. I can't reach my sandwich. Yeah. I'll boil it. What other water am I going to use? Filtered rainwater? Seawater? It's got cheese in it. And it's got piri piri sauce. And lettuce. And cabbage. And carrot. Why? I don't want to distill my water. I like minerals in my water. It's because I put too much salad in my sandwich. No, that's bollocks. Right. Fluoride, it depends on dosage, like everything else. And there's lots of studies to suggest that fluoridation in water, on average, is better for the majority of people's health. The negative side of it is minimal relative to the health benefits of people getting less cavities and stuff. So, what you just typed isn't true. And chlorine... putting small amounts of chlorine to make sure that there's no waterborne diseases, on average, is better than randomly having waterborne diseases. so like these things are all like it's not like, do you think you've magically worked out the data better than everyone else that's doing this? They just put the fluoride and the chlorine in water for fun, right? Because companies love to add stuff to things for fun that cost money. See, lettuce is the real killer. Yeah, well, it's not just acidity. You've just simplified stuff there. Acidity can break down parts of your teeth. Sugar can feed bacteria that can then break down your teeth. Fluoride can help strengthen teeth, or like bond with the bones and stuff to protect to protect it. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Yeah, but Sid, do you not? It's gonna. Too much water is lethal. All these things are just a balance. What else is lethal as well? Too much, like a cumulative sun exposure, cumulative radiation, cumulative free radicals from breathing. If you get waterborne poisoned, you might die immediately. So it's all a compromise. There's no like perfect solution. It's almost as if there might be companies that stand to make a lot of money selling water filters, so they put a load of effort into marketing all these evil things in tap water. Also, distilled water, if you only drink distilled water, I think you actually die, because you need there's minerals in water that are good for you. Anyway, if you only drink distilled water, it's not the minerals are electrolytes, I believe. If you only drink distilled water, I think you do die. So it's a balance. It's just not a simple thing. So for sure, there are some places and some areas where you might not trust the local government, or you might not trust the water supply. You might not even trust your own water supply. You might not have good water storage, so you might have to add your own bleach, or you might have to boil your water, or you might have to filter it, or do whatever based off what your water supply is and the regulation in your area. That's fine. But you can't just say fluoride bad, chlorine bad. It's just absurd. Well, if for chlorinated water, if it smells bad, you could just leave it on the side, and I think the chlorine will leave it after a while. Might depend. It just depends where you are. Sometimes I put more in or less in. A water influencer. No, you just can't. Unfortunately, you just can't blanket say X is bad and good. I bet you there's a if you use like a Breville water filter or something, if you I bet you there's a statistical probability that there's a number of people that use a water filter but they don't replace it because they forget or whatever, and that allows bacteria to build up in it. Or I bet you the plastics in a water container potentially do harm to you. Or I bet you just the pollution from the road that you live next to, or where you go into town, or where you work, is statistically doing more harm to your body than maybe fluoride or whatever thing you might be concerned with. Like, statistically, you getting run over or involved in a car accident or falling down the stairs should probably be more of a concern than one of these, like, fluoride bad, chlorine bad. I mean, it might not be, but I'm just saying there's of all these sort of the conspiracy talking points, pretty much always there's something that's not a conspiracy that people have magically accepted, like cars being on the same road as pedestrians, which just blows my mind. Like, that's really weird when you get people that are like, we're really worried about XYZ, but then they're not worried. They're also the same people that are like, cyclists shouldn't be allowed in London, or like, the pollution zone, what's this government over control? And they're the same people that get wound up about something else. It's like, hang on. So, you know, I get all my minerals from electromagnetism, from DD wheels. It's the only safe form of mineral. DD mineral. You what? Well, I don't know where you get your water from. My water's not that bad, but London water is got a lot of lime in it. But I don't mind that. It's flavour. I don't like... Paris has really nice tasting water, actually. Where else? There's some places have shit water. Bath, the water tastes horrible. But people tend to get used to the flavour of the water where they grow up as well, and then when they taste different water with different mineral content, they're like, so you know, you may or may not like different water. Ironically, more healthy water, or water that's got more minerals in it, often people won't like the flavour of. Yeah, it just depends what you like. Kent will just be the same as London. It's just chalk. There's a lot of chalky water. I do think in Kent they put too much. They probably do put too much chlorine in. But it'll depend which region you're in as well. Well, you can't drink anything with brown floaty bits. Well, what if it's all right? What about a bowl of Rice Krispies? Can you eat Rice Krispies? What about bran flakes? Is that too brown and floaty for you? Where do you draw the line? What if you were drinking milk and I dropped one bran flake in it? would that be too much? Oh! Oh dear. Right, let's see how this goes. Let's see if this improved latency. Hang on. That's the end of the runway there. Oh dear. Oh! We're dead. I was going to say. Right, let's see. Let's fly towards, hang on, where are we going? What airport was that? Oh, London City. Let's fly towards, we can fly to Kent if you want. What's your nearest airport? Who's in Kent? Where are you in Kent? Don't say exactly. There's Rochester Airport, or it's basically Chatham. But that's really funny. In Chatham, everyone tries not to call it Chatham because they think Chatham's like scrubby. So we can fly to. I mean, Brands actually is on our right down here. We could fly to. Say like. Bloody hell. Exeter's quite a way. What's the biggest airport down here? Dungeness has an airport. What's that about latency? I missed what you said. Oh, well that wasn't working. I guess the G-force effect's not on. Maybe it just had to update. Oh yeah, we don't have it on. Yeah, it is delayed. That negative G effect, the telemetry is delayed from the sim. Because as soon as you nose down, you should feel it immediately. Right? But you don't. It's like... Yeah, I think the telemetry is a bit delayed. No, I think it's just it's the actual game telemetry. It's not like it's not the communication. You could probably, if there's a test button on the app. Could be this. There must be like a test button. Alright, we go. Well, that's not working. Well, hello. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's a delay in the telemetry. Maybe it's just from this aircraft though as well. Well, I don't think you can with this. What can we do? We could try it in the sim. Try it in the racing sim. See if it has the same delay. It's probably just flight sim. Oh no. What? Oh no, I can't move forward. I can't reach the on button. I'm trapped. I need a stick. Hey, maybe I can loosen my seatbelt here. You ready? Look at this. Oh no. Oh, come on, wheel. There we go. All right. Fair enough. Right, let's try AC here. I didn't notice delay on the braking, to be honest. There you go, F2004. Is that to make it obvious?
Activating profile assetto corsa chill.
Assetto corsa chill. Yeah, there seems to be a delay. I wonder if we could try and plug it into another USB port. Maybe they're not tight enough or something. Well, no, because it's not. There's not a delay on the shifter though. It's on the G-force effect. Maybe it's just a telemetry delay from the game or something. It's not the device, otherwise you would. Like the. Yeah, like the shift is on times. It's not a USB. Maybe with this it is a setting. Or maybe it is the way telemetry works. Oh no, it's probably the sharpness setting. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that's lining up. It's actually crazy how much it lines up. So maybe what did we have the flight sim on? Maybe the G-force effect doesn't have a sharpness option, so maybe it's filtered for whatever reason. Let's see. Well, it's good that it's not got a delay in, because that'd be one annoying. Let's see, yeah. Yeah, you can't. We can't set a sharpness to this G-force. So maybe the G-load telemetry is delayed from the simulator. But it shouldn't. Well, I don't know. It is a bit weird because we have that on the joystick as well. Is this you typing into bloody AI? Yeah, you only have this smooth setting, but you can't adjust it. No, that's not the issue because it's working. Yeah, I think it's Microsoft. I think Microsoft Flight Sim telemetry is delayed. No counter debate. It's fine in AC, so it's just a flight sim thing. Right, let's go back to AC. Well, they can't patch it because it will be the telemetry. It would be delayed telemetry from the sim. It depends if they. It depends what channel they're using for the G-force. Why locking up's not working? Fair. It's pretty funny. Doing it the other way around. The amount he's squeezing me to the chair would be like... it would be the equivalent of like 4 Gs or something. It's quite funny. Look at it. We put on this one. You can choose it to do both. I'm just under braking at the moment, but you can have it do. You can have it do either. It feels weird though. Like if you have it on acceleration, it kind of is a bit like feeling like you're being pushed into your chair, but you're being pulled into the chair. But to be honest, you know, it's not really. I mean, your body doesn't really know if it's being pulled or pushed, does it? So, but it's more that you sort of. We do have a bit of a flat spot, yeah. Can you tell? Oh, here we go. Charged it well flat spotted. Oh no. It's good to fiddle to see what the maximum minimum you can get from it is there. Oh, okay. What I don't understand is when you lock up, it should stop doing the braking effect, but it's not. Like, you know, if you're braking and you lock up, you're no longer braking as hard. So because I don't know why you awake. we're testing. We're testing. Yeah, we love a good fiddle. Oh no. You want to do that. Yeah, I don't know why it's... I don't know what it takes to braking from. Any slowing down? Because if you lock up in a car, you're braking, especially in a race car, you brake, you'll be like pushed into your seatbelts. As soon as if the wheels lock, you don't get as much braking, so you shouldn't pull your back as tight. But it does. So I don't know why. Don't know why it did, because that would just be a... Yeah, you still get some braking, but it depends on the car. It depends on the tyre and how much you lock up by. But like a slick is pretty obvious. You know you feel that front like slip curve of it going over. Yeah, it's not like aquaplaning. But you know, you get like half the productive grip, or 20% less, 30% less productive grip. So it's quite noticeable. It's on one. Put them on tighter. Could do, but I'd rather go through all the settings and learn exactly what every setting does. Yeah, it doesn't get lighter when you lock up. Also, when you come off the brake, hang on, let's push forwards with our body. Oh, hang on. No, I came off the brake then. No, it's still... So that's something they could have in it, like it... Oh my god, it's stuck on. Why is that stuck on? Oh, because I tightened my belts up really tight. Dead. Dead in the sim rig. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Why are you trapped in a sim rig? Hello? You need a telephone so you can phone up. Please. Please there, fire brigade, and I'm trapped in a sim rig. Please help. This is pretty harsh on your shoulder. Like, this is borderline dangerous. Like, I mean, it's alright. It's nowhere near as bad as a DD wheel, but If you had like... If you were like weak in your chest or something... Would it? People, have you seen how bad people drive in real life? It is, yeah. Oops, we broke our car. Well, it'll just be the amount of G-force you set, or the strength of it. Yeah, you can. Hello, Jarky. You can save profiles for cars. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, I don't know why. We get a vibration for locking up, but you what you'd want is the brake force to be reduced a bit when locking up. Like the software could do with some more options in it, to be honest. Oh, here we go. I've not tried it with no. I've tried. Could try it with VR. Here we go. Wheel forward slip threshold. Slip lock threshold. Oh, that's just for when it locks. More just for the slip effect. I see. It actually thinks from the telemetry. Oh no, you can see the deacceleration line here. You can see that it, when you lock up, it's no longer deaccelerating as fast. Oh, that's good. You can use this to show the range. That's good. Yeah, see, I think the thing is, what it is it can tug quickly and responsively, but it's not as good at releasing. Unless that's because of my chair. Yeah, I think maybe it's to do with the chair, because you need a count. Oh my god! You need a counter force on it. You always need like some kind of, and your body is that force, and so when it pulls you, it's going to pull you in, so you're no longer going to have the same amount of force on it. So if you're modulating the brake on and off, yeah, well that's the thing. Obviously, you when you're braking, but it's when you come off the brake, it then needs to release straight away. Especially if you're in a downforce car in real life and you brake really hard, if you just slightly come off the brake, it's straight away. But I wonder how much my chair is stopping it from moving, because my chair's a bit jagged. It does feel when you've loaded it up. Maybe putting some memory foam on to keep it more loaded as well on you. That could be a good idea. Yeah, exactly, Dave McLaren. I think that would definitely help. Yeah, you can use this is a 4-point harness. You could use a 5-point harness, but it wouldn't make too much difference because this is still held in position, really. You know, it might help a little bit. But this is still tense. Am I stuck? No, I'm just thinking about pressure on it and how that could operate. well, you'd be wearing a hands device in an F1 car. Also, if you brake in a high speed car, you know you're going to push the brake, so you don't let your head flop forwards. Yeah, well, one of the things that if I moved this and then this was like this, if you have this higher, if you have the buckle higher, then it tends to pull. It depends where you're sat though, with your position, because what you don't want is all the force on your shoulders. You kind of want it on your body, but still. I think you just get to the limit of what you can get out of the device. I think it's pretty good, but at the end of the day, it's not going to do certain things. I don't know why it has a delay in flight sim though. I'm pretty sure it must be flight sim telemetry, which is really weird. The de-acceleration stuff works really well in flight sim. I mean, it works good in driving sims actually. The main thing is it gets rid of that static feeling on a sim rig of that you're not, you're totally static. It's just good for immersion. But which bit of the belt is it raising? These bits. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's the other option, is to have the... Yeah, well, I've got I've got some, but they don't fit in the holes on my chair. I mean, I think the holes on this chair are actually higher up than a lot of chairs. Maybe they're not. Maybe. But then if it's higher up... Yeah, the point would be is your shoulders aren't the point of rotation, I guess. Thing is, what you really want is for it to be angled differently. Yeah, it's interesting. At the end of the day, though, I don't know how much more of an improvement it would make. Like it's pretty good for what it is. It gets you like what a 2-post seat mover would normally do. It's like 1,400. Yeah, that's interesting. I think the thing that it surprisingly does really well is like road texture stuff as well, like vertical movement. It's surprisingly good at that. Right, I think I might get some rest though, to be honest. It was a good, fun stream. I think we got better settings on here. It's any time you deaccelerate. It depends how strong you have it on, but yeah, if you've got it on pretty strong, any deacceleration will activate it to some degree. Right, I'm gonna get some rest though. It's a fun stream, guys. I've been squashed to death. Squash master. I'll catch you guys soon. Thanks everyone for watching. I hope you have a good night. I can send you to Zach. Bye.
Damn.